This is the voice of the Report of the Week, signing on. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone listening in to today's podcast. Thanks for tuning in. I hope everyone out there, wherever you're listening, is feeling and doing all right. Today's podcast is going to be essentially an extended mailbag program. I don't have much original thought of my own today. I really don't have too much to talk about. So I would like to use this as an opportunity to catch up on some emails. We have lots of good questions and topic suggestions submitted from the listening audience. So it'll just be a nice, varied program with discussion from, so many different angles and viewpoints, etc. I just think it'll be nice. So with that said, for those of you tuning in via YouTube, as we always point out in the beginning of every program, there are 4 pieces of fan art featured in today's show. If you would like to submit a piece of fan art, create anything you would like, and then send it to me via email to vorwinfo@gmail.com. Simply let me know how you would like to be credited, be that by name, if you'd like to stay anonymous, if there is a social media profile you would like me to credit, a website, etc. Regardless, you would be credited as you wish in the description of this program and verbally, which is coming up right now for those who did submit fan art. So as I said, today we have 4 pieces of fan art to feature. The first piece of fan art comes in from Josie, and you can find more of her work on Instagram by going to the profile Art by Josie D. Again, that's Art by Josie D. No spaces there, Art by Josie D on Instagram. The second piece of fan art comes in from a listener who goes by the name JD, who writes, I wanted to share a recent attempt at paying homage to you. In my spare time, I like to learn about Photoshop through my own attempts, so please forgive me if this is not something you find ideal, but after sifting through many videos to find a nice screenshot, I thought of the legendary video from the 4th of July 2017 review of the failed butterfly shrimp. I also added the Shortwave radio because I think it's cool. I currently listen to the Shortwave broadcast via the web SDR, and if I'm not able to tune in, I use YouTube to stay up to date. So thank you, JD. The third piece of fan art comes in from Kit in South Korea. Writing, I figured you are a cat lover and also a night person. As per your podcast, therefore I dedicate this adorable piece of fan art to you, where you are depicted as a cat, surrounded by a starry night sky. I am aware my artistic abilities are not outstanding compared to other fans who seem to be equipped with unparalleled drawing and painting skills. However, I still hope you relish my little work. I would love to write to you again. Well, thank you, Kit, for your kind words and for your fan art. I think it's fantastic, and that's why it's featured here in the broadcast. And then the fourth piece of fan art is credited to Jake Lawrence. So Jake, thank you for your fan art as well. On a final note, you could obviously see that this is a long program today, around 4 hours in length, maybe longer. This is going to be the one and only time I am even going to mention this. I know people don't like it, but I hope with this understanding, any sort of excoriating can be put off. Just hopefully you understand why I'm doing this. This is the one and only time I'm saying this for 4 hours. Understand that this broadcast continues on and is able to exist thanks to your support. Listen into the broadcast, make of it what you will, but if you enjoy the show, you want to hear more of it, you want to help keep it going, consider supporting this program with a donation via PayPal to vorwinfo@gmail.com, via Patreon at patreon.com/The Report of the Week, or if you would like to advertise on this broadcast by promoting a good, a service, or if you'd like to advertise your music, your website, your YouTube channel, anything, simply send in an inquiry to vorwinfo@gmail.com. A lot of these broadcasts get demonetized because I talk about what I want to talk about, and as a result, your support essentially, to the best of its ability, tries to make up for that deficit. It's just something to consider. Just listen to the show, and if you enjoy it, just remember that. With that said, sit back, relax, and enjoy the broadcast. This is VORW. The future of crypto is here. Rubik Exchange. Interest in cross-chain decentralized finance, DeFi solutions is rising. Here's why RBC is the future of trading cryptocurrency. Rubik is a decentralized cryptocurrency exchange. Unlike other exchanges, such as Uniswap, Rubik bridges between financial assets and does so with lower fees. This isn't your ordinary coin that brings nothing to the crypto ecosystem. Rubik is a gateway to the future of cryptocurrency. Rubik is a multi-chain DeFi ecosystem, which features cross-chain, peer-to-peer, and instant swaps across multiple blockchains, including Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, and Matic. Rubik is a complete one-stop decentralized platform. And coming soon, Rubik will also help your money grow with yield farming. By providing liquidity for trades, you will be rewarded with RBC tokens when trades are executed. So why not check it out now? When financial regulators decide to crack down on crypto, Rubik and its exchange will be the gateway to multiple exchanges. The central crypto exchange. The future of crypto is here. Rubik Exchange. That's Rubik.exchange. Rubik.exchange. Check them out. Alright, so we're into the meat of the show, as they say, going to that sandwich analogy. Yeah, we are. This isn't going to be too heavy on the original talk. We're really just going to get to a lot of emails today. One current event that I wanted to mention briefly, I talked about this a little bit in the last show, and it bothers me, but it's just something to mention, at least in passing. I would advise all of you listening, if you're interested in geopolitical and international news and affairs, just take a look at what's going on in Myanmar. The situation there is dreadful, and the saddest thing about it is that no one is going to do anything about this. Unfortunately, the people protesting there are going to be left high and dry, and don't expect a single country to come in and do anything about it. They're on their own. And that's just the way that it is. No one wants to intervene here. Because in Myanmar, as we talked about in the last broadcast, we had the military coup. And we already covered that situation, but the recent development that happened is a lot of the citizens of Myanmar don't seem to approve of the military coup and have been protesting against it in the streets day after day. And there is still a complete communications blackout over there, but what reports do come out of the country are very harrowing. They are truly terrifying. It's at the point where the military just opens fire on anyone protesting with live ammunition. The streets over there are running red with blood. It's like a war zone. You see what videos do get out of the country. Oh, it's just gunshots everywhere. And mind you, the protesters aren't shooting back. Don't really have anything to shoot back with. It's just they're the ones being shot at. But at an absolute minimum, I think you're getting at least 50 protesters killed a day. And that's only the stuff that, again, is being reported. Who knows, there might be hundreds getting killed day after day after day. It's sad to see there are some very disturbing videos coming out of the country. I wouldn't advise watching them unless you have a very strong stomach and are mentally prepared for what you're about to see, but it's just a dire situation over there. And sadly, similar to the Hong Kong situation, though in this case I think this is even worse because it's just full-blown indiscriminate live ammunition. No country is going to step in and say, you can't do this. They're just, they're going to express their deep concern, as they do time after time, and that's it. So it's sad to see. It's a hopeless and helpless situation there, but very scary. One thing that made me think about, I think some people will have their disagreements, and that's understandable, but lots of people, I'm especially thinking of the US, but even other developed Western countries, for instance, people do have their disagreements with maybe the governments, the powers that be, society, etc. That goes both ways. You have people on the right that they see things they don't like, you have people on the left that see things they don't like, and on occasion people will assemble and protest about that. Now, obviously, protests are always a mixed bag. Sometimes you have peaceful protests that are really just, they are peaceful. Sometimes, protests, they do become violent. They can regress into riots and looting and fights, etc. And obviously, protests, to one capacity or another, do get cracked down on from time to time, sometimes with tear gas and pepper spray and all those sorts of things. And, people, they do have grievances with that. And, who wants to be pepper sprayed, It's one of those things. But seeing these videos out of Myanmar, it puts the situation into perspective that you realize how much worse it could be. That people can protest here, and you don't have to even think that you're going to get fired upon with live ammunition by soldiers just for simply being there. That, you don't have to worry about your head getting blown off at any given second. That's just not a fear that you need to have. Again, you might have to worry about getting pepper sprayed or something if things go south. And like I said, who wants that? But just seeing what's going on over there just puts into perspective how much worse it could be and how terrible a situation it is. People say what they will, at least still have the ability to gather, to express their dissent, to protest, hopefully in a peaceful and civilized manner, and don't have to worry about getting executed in the street for simply doing so. Just a comment on a current event, sad to see, but something I think it would be important to make everyone aware of, because the situation in Myanmar just seems to be getting so little attention, and I think there's a variety of reasons about that, some of which, you just can't really say, but just look at some of the ties in the region, and that's all there is to it. But it's a terrible thing going on. It's being blatantly ignored by the Western press. All I ever hear about it is on the Shortwave, which does cover it extensively, and occasionally on various social media sites, but that's about it. Most people don't even know what's going on over there, so just something to inform everyone about. So one other thing that I wanted to talk about that just crossed my mind, and I figure, if I'm willing to discuss things as mundane and things that have so little appeal, like shortwave radio, for such extended periods of time, then why not? If you're going to go that far, then you may as well discuss anything at this point. So one topic that I just want to cover before we, I think, then get into the mailbag show and get to a few emails, whatever we can get to. This is just a personal observation, and I really am curious. I'm not going to do a segment about this, but if you want to compose any correspondence, and this is just something if you just want to tack on to an email, I'm just curious myself. It's up to you. You can, you don't have to. I don't really care. If no one does this, I'm not going to be, I'm not going to crawl into a ball and cry my eyes out or something. It just is what it is. This isn't something that I have actively observed for a while, but it's just a general observation that's come to my mind. It's just something that I've noticed, that's all I'm trying to say. Obviously, the way that I dress, it is the way that it is. I think for those of you who've listened to this broadcast long enough, you know that I dress a very specific way for a reason, because that's what I enjoy wearing. But I think some people will say, yeah, but you look like an accountant from the year 1996 most of the time. Don't you want to get a suit that fits properly? Don't you want to get a modern suit, etc.? And I'm familiar with all of that, but I intentionally wear outdated clothing, because that's the style that I like. That's just what I enjoy wearing. That's what I want to wear. So that's exactly what I wear. And then, aside from that, on occasion, I'll dress in ensembles kind of from the Edwardian era, with wing collars and whatnot. Boy, what a juxtaposition, right? You have these Edwardian ensembles, and then your mid-90s accountant ensembles. But either way, that's just what I like to wear. Now, the Edwardian outfits that I wear, I've never seen another person that isn't wearing a costume ever wearing an outfit like that in person, day to day. I have never seen another person, at least, in the time that I've been paying attention, I've never seen another person wearing like a wing collar with a necktie. I've never seen that. It's kind of funny to think that even just a few generations ago, those sorts of outfits were commonplace, and it's just completely vanished as it has. It's just kind of funny. I mean, even it's just so funny to think, how in some ways the manner of dress day to day has just changed so quickly. I think it's changed much more so for women than for men, but, again, you don't see people wearing the degree of formal attire just for any reason. I mean, even my grandmother, I remember she was telling me when she was young, she even remembered the detachable collars and stuff, and she remembered that her father had a wing collar. It's just interesting that, again, those sorts of outfits just disappeared so quickly, even in just one lifetime, pretty much. But I digress. So I've never really seen anyone wear that sort of stuff day to day. But of course, when I don't wear that, I still see some people wearing suits. I don't really pay attention to people's outfits that much. I'm not one of those people that critiques what people wear. I figure, look, wear what you want to wear. Try to be decent. But in the end, it's up to you. It's up to you. Wear whatever you want. I don't care. Live your life, That's my take on it. Wear what makes you happy. Just for the sake of it, I'll sometimes observe, and if I see someone wearing a suit, it'll just catch my eye, and I'll just think, there's someone dressed nicely. But one observation that really hit me this morning, honestly, and it's something, even though I made a video about it, I guess 2 years ago now, just the enormity of it finally hit me, that formal attire, especially menswear. Now, I'm not a woman, I can't speak really for dresses and formal female attire, so I'm only going to say this in regards to suits. But we know they've been in decline for a while. I'd say that suits were very, very popular and commonplace for day-to-day wear, even up until the early 1960s at times. Suits began to decline in prevalence ever since then, But again, you even go up until the 90s and early 2000s. I think more people wore suits back then than you see today. Now, a lot of it was out of necessity, but many professions, even 20 years ago, I'd say many more required suits than today. Of course, certain things, like, especially in the legal system, you have lawyers and courts and all of that still require formal attire. Most of the world of politics still requires, or at least you see lots of suits there. And in the news media, right, professional news media, you see lots of suits there as well. But outside of that, I just think you see less and less. And one thing that I've picked up on is, even since I first started wearing suits regularly, which again was over 10 years ago at this point, close to 15 I guess now, I realize just day to day from what I see that decline is still occurring and is, well, thanks to COVID, extremely rapid. And I guess here's what I'm trying to say. Florida, where I spend most of my time, is a very casual state. You do not see many people wearing formal wear down there. That's not to say that you will never see someone wearing a suit in Florida. There's millions of people down there, of course, purely by the numbers. Out of all the millions of residents in Florida, of course there's going to be a small handful that still wear suits, again, out of necessity, or in my case, out of preference. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to be a huge number. There aren't millions of people down in Florida that wear suits all the time. You don't see people riding around on the backs of alligators in a 3-piece suit or something. But most of the time, you'll never see someone on the street wearing one. On occasion, again, here and there you will, but it's just not common at all. It's not a regular sight to see people well-dressed down there. It's just a casual state. And I think the attitudes and the weather down there does play a role. In my case, the heat doesn't really bother me all that much, so I don't care. But for lots of people, I think there's more comfortable things that, one would prefer to wear. Which, as I said, it's all up to you, wear what you want. And I think most of the United States is relatively casual in terms of, let's say, going out to a store, going for a walk, whatever, and the chances of seeing someone else wearing a suit are very, very low. If at all. It depends on the circumstance, but just on a regular day, I think the odds are pretty low. One location that I've always found, just from experience, because it's where I grew up, that kind of bucked that trend for a while, was New York, especially around and in the city. That was one of the few places, I think, on a day-to-day basis, even if you're just going out to the store or whatnot, where there was still a good chance of encountering other people still dressed very formally. Again, for the most part, out of necessity, because many white-collar office jobs in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, to some extent, still required suits or formal attire, but there were also folks who would wear it out of preference as well. But from my experience, even in the last 10 years, boy, has there been a decline in, just from what I've seen, day-to-day encounters. And it finally hit me, again this morning. I've been up north for a little while now, for a number of weeks. And granted, I don't go out all that much, but the amount of people that I've seen in the times that I have been out, that again are well-dressed, again wearing suits and whatnot, in the last few weeks I would say that number is less than 5. And I mean, that's over the span of weeks. Barely anyone wears them anymore. I remember even a couple years ago, 7 years ago, Just even a simple run to the store or whatnot, you'd see that many people wearing that sort of attire, just on any given day, or more usually. But yeah, I'd say less than 5 people, maybe like 3 or 4, in like 4 weeks, and that's it. So few people dress this way anymore. And I think it was already in decline, but just absolutely accelerated it. I'm saying you're dumping fuel on the fire and then just lighting the match and just throwing it right on. You're going that far. Was COVID-19. I think COVID-19 has really, I don't know if it's going to be temporary or permanent, but has pretty much killed off the suit. I think it has. Because so many people now are working from home, they're doing their jobs from home, they don't really go out as much, so why bother wearing that? And I get it, suits are expensive, at least the modern ones. The stuff that I buy is dirt cheap. There was a suit I bought for a single $1. But again, because it's dated and no one wants to wear it, I'll wear it and I don't care. Like, the suits that I get can be from thrift stores or second-hand shops or online. Someone could say, well, doesn't it bother you that the person who wore this suit before you might have died? No, I don't care. So be it. Everyone dies. Why does that bother me? It doesn't. Someone could have died and, what do I know? It doesn't bother me one single bit. But like a new suit from, again, like Brooks Brothers or something, it's going to cost you $1,500. Who's going to spend that sort of money for something that there's really no reason to wear anymore? And again, that's understandable. But it was a startling observation of something I never really, I thought about it here and there, but I finally saw it with my own eyes, I guess, that wow, people really, no one's wearing this stuff anymore. It's crazy. It's just something I really don't think about. I just wear what I wear and that's it, but kind of looking at the big picture, it's interesting to just see how it's just gone so far in decline so fast. Like I said, suit wearing was already going downhill and in decline a couple years ago pretty quick. But boy, COVID-19 just killed it completely. And it makes me wonder, whenever it might, a sense of normalcy to return, I should say, whenever that might happen. Who knows what the future holds, but if something does happen and things kind of return to normalcy, I suppose, I don't know if people are going to start putting them back on or not. I don't know. I don't think that the suit is going to become history. I think it's barely going to survive for maybe another decade or two in the worlds of, again, the legal system, politics, and maybe if people still want to wear them to weddings or funerals. But that's about all that I can think. Even then, if there comes a day where the courts kind of no longer mandate formal dress and it's just not considered, at least as something you have to do anymore, that avenue is going to just go out the door right there. Politics, it's just something, no politician is forced to wear a suit. They just wear it because that's kind of what they're supposed to wear. But again, that's just dependent on societal attitudes. That can change too. And then if that can change, then granted what people would want to wear for those other occasions, like weddings or funerals, that also can be flexible. I don't know, there might be a day where, wearing a sweatshirt and jeans, that's the new suit or something. Boy, what a stupid analogy that is, but that could happen one day. People will just consider that formal wear. And that's how it'll be. And then the suit eventually will be retired, There was, like I was saying, there was a time when wing collars and frock coats and top hats and all of those garments were commonplace. That's what people would wear just on a daily basis. That's what someone would even wear just to go to the store. but even something then that was so commonplace, you almost never see that anymore. So things can change, things can fall out of favor. I was just thinking to myself, seeing this huge change and this such a rapid decline of the suit, do you think this is it for it? I don't, but maybe it's the beginning of the end. That's just what I'm thinking. I just can't see too many companies reinstating dress codes after all of this. I just don't see that much. So I could certainly see it falling out of favor more and more here in the United States. I think in other parts of the world, I think the suit will live on a bit longer than it will here. I think especially in parts of Asia, I'm especially thinking Japan and China as well to a certain degree. I think suit wearing over there will be much more prevalent than it will be over here in the United States for a long time. I think it's going to outlive it by a lot. Because again, I've seen videos from Japan as recent as today. Tons of people still wear that for work over there, but you'll never see that over here at this point. I was just thinking to myself, no one has to answer this, but I was just thinking, to anyone listening, because I know there's a diverse audience all around the country and all around the world, this isn't a question that, again, there's going to be a segment dedicated to in the next show, but it's just an honest question that if you just want to tack on your thoughts in the next email, if you want to correspond. But I'm just curious, wherever you are, how many people even wear suits anymore, wherever you are? How often do you see people wearing that sort of formal wear? Do you ever? Are there more people than you would think? Just one or two people? No one? I'm just curious, how many people even dress this way where you are? Because like I said, what I see is in Florida, very, very few, but in New York, where there used to be, I would say, a fairly substantial number of people that still wore suits, within the last year, because of COVID, that number has drastically declined. It's just something interesting to see, and it's kind of, look, fate will have its course. Whatever happens, happens. If the suit really does die, and it's completely dead in 10 years, and, I'm one of the last people wearing them, I don't think that'll happen. But if it does, it does. That's just then the way it was meant to be. There's nothing that I'm gonna do to change anything. But it's just kind of, it is sad to see something that I enjoy, at least this sort of clothing, just to see it kind of die so quickly before your eyes. I don't know, just the prevalence, at least, of its being worn. I don't know, just something sad about it in a way, I think you get the gist of what I'm trying to say, though. So, with that, if you have any thoughts, again, in regards to that, feedback is welcome at vorwinfo@gmail.com. With that now, let's get into the mailbag portion of the broadcast. In this segment, as the name indeed implies, we read and respond to listener emails. This program has a completely clean slate. There is no topic, there is nothing that you are forced to correspond or talk about. This is just a place, hey, if you have a question for me, this is where you can ask it. If you have a topic suggestion, that's where you can go ahead and offer it. You can also use this as a platform to share something that you read in the news, or something that you looked up or watched last night, or anything that's on your mind. It's a clean slate. Write whatever you wish. You can keep an email long or short. Correspond as frequently or infrequently as you wish. You don't need to correspond at all. No one's forcing you to do anything. But if you'd like to get in contact with this program, you can again reach out to me with questions, comments, pieces of feedback, topic suggestions, etc. to VORW VORWINFO@gmail.com. Again, that's VORWINFO@gmail.com. Likewise, if you are feeling artistically inclined and inspired, and you would like to submit a piece of fan art for the next broadcast, you're more than welcome to create any piece you wish, and then submit it to me as an attachment to your email at VORWINFO@gmail.com. Or you could upload it to a third-party image hosting website and send the link to me again via email to VORWINFO@gmail.com. Simply let me know how you would like to be credited. It can be by name, it could be anonymous. You can let me know a social media profile you would like me to link so people can find more of your work, a website, etc. Just let me know how you can be credited, and I will be happy to do so. You'll be credited verbally and in the description of the next podcast, and your fan art will be featured again on the YouTube version of the next show that I do. So, there you have it. Without further ado, let's get into a few listener emails. First one up is an email coming in from Edward. This may be considered personal, but after your response to my previous question... hold on, let me just look this up, because I don't know what the previous question was, and I apologize for this. I just picked this email at random. So let's just find out what this previous question exactly was. Okay, alright, now I'm familiar. I just kind of looked over your previous emails. I'm familiar with who you are now. So anyway, you ask, after your response to my previous question, I couldn't help but think of what you do for a living. In your podcasts and videos, you mentioned that sometimes you don't have much time to manage your YouTube channel because it's a hobby or something. So if YouTube isn't your career, then what is? Now, Edward, I think there maybe it was a misunderstanding on my part, but that is not the case. This YouTube channel is my full-time career. Maybe it was a misinterpretation of something I said. Sometimes I guess I can be awake for a while and I might not really know what I'm talking about. But if I said that I don't have much time to do the YouTube because it's a hobby, then I evidently misspoke. Because this is what I do. This is exactly what I do for a living. The only thing I can think, perhaps, is that maybe in the last show, I'm just trying to think, as I was giving, an overview of the last 10 years of the YouTube channel that I did, maybe I said I started the YouTube channel out as a hobby. Now that indeed is very true. But you have to look, I'm in my 20s right now. So 10 years previous would have left me being school-aged. So as a result, very early on, when I first started the YouTube channel out, it indeed was a hobby, again, simply because I was in school. So that's what I did. I was in school, and I did the YouTube channel on the side. But that's all that there is to it there. If I said anything else or implied otherwise, I apologize for giving, an incorrect notion as to how things are. So I apologize for any confusion, Edward, but that's what we have there. If I misspoke again, I'm sorry. We have an email coming in from Evan. Dear John, I'm writing from Kentucky, and I've been a long-time listener for years, and I'm a big fan of the YouTube channel. This is my first time writing in. I'm wondering, before your YouTube channel took off, what career were you interested in? And what did you study in school? Sincerely, Evan. Well, truth be told, I had no idea what I wanted to be or do. And I discussed this before, but the subject that I was best at in school was history. The most useless subject there is, that's what they all tell you. History fascinates me. It's so much about it just enthralls me. You know, history and geography, the most useless, worthless things you could ever do, they tell you. What luck I had to be best at that. But nonetheless, there was no practical application for any interest or strengths in those fields, I was told. You know, be a history teacher or go work in a museum, and that's it, they tell you. So, aside from that, I was kind of lost. I was thinking, well, maybe I'll just try to get an office job somewhere, find out what exactly these people do all day, and maybe try to do that, right? I could aim for that. Then, later on, radio and media began to be of interest to me. So I took some courses in communication and broadcasting, and while the field interests me, I realize now that's not something that I want to do as a career. Most definitely not. That's a good field for people who are very extroverted, like being out, doing lots of stuff, extremely personable, very high energy, you name it. That's not me. It's an interesting field, but it's not something that I would want to do. And sometimes it takes having to study it to understand that, it's not really for me. So as a result, I really didn't have any clue what I was going to do. Again, I don't want to say low-down jobs, because I don't really think they are, but this is just how society views them. I don't know. If I had to deliver pizzas, that's just what I would do then. I'd be a pizza delivery guy. And, that's life. That's just what I would do. I was just completely lost. It was just kind of whatever was going to come my way. I'd probably take it if I had to just stock shelves. That's just what I would do. If I had to sweep floors, then that'd be my job. I didn't have any big aspirations. I wasn't looking to be a doctor or a scientist or any of that. I'm kind of here to exist, and, that's it. There was no calling in terms of, my original intention was to be a lawyer, and it just wasn't like that. Some people are fortunate enough to have their mind made up and have everything planned out in advance, and, they want to be a lawyer. They know that from day one. That's what they want to be. They take all the steps to do that, and everything's figured out. But in my case, there was nothing. It just is what it is. I'm happy that things turned out the way that I did, but who knows what I would be doing otherwise. Maybe I would be stocking shelves in a supermarket in the middle of the night, and I would enjoy it. Maybe I would become, whatever, get a data entry job and hate every second of it, and, I don't know. Work in an office as a telemarketer or something. I really don't know. I know some people can laugh at this, but I'm just trying to say I didn't have any aspirations specifically as to what I wanted to be. So thank you for your question. Alex in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador checks in. Alex, by the way, I remember you. I remember your emails. And you said I've been around since 200k subscribers and have listened to every podcast in full since. Yes, I remember that, Alex. I remember you sent an email. I think after I broke that milestone. I remember that email. You've been here a long time and I admire your dedication, but anyway, you have two questions. Number one, I contacted you a while back and you told me you once visited Newfoundland, where I'm from. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about this trip, as I'm interested in hearing about what you did during your time here. Well, I'll get to this first question, and then we'll move on to the second, because I just have a feeling I can talk about the first one more than I can the second. Let me open up Google Maps for reference. I've only been to Newfoundland once, and that was during a trip that I took back, I think it was 2007. So it's been a while, and I'm certain that things have changed, in the, in the meantime. I mean, it's been, God, for like 14 years now since I've ever been to Newfoundland, so I'm certain, again, things have changed. So in the year 2007, I took a family trip into Canada, and in short, the trip began, and I'll really just focus on the Newfoundland aspect of it, since that's what you're asking about, but just for the sake of understanding what it was. We started out crossing the border from New York, and went into Montreal. Then we went from Montreal to Quebec City, and spent a few days in Quebec City. Then we went up and drove, I guess, into New Brunswick, staying in Canada. Then kind of drove through New Brunswick, went to Fredericton, and then spent a night or two in Moncton. Then went into Nova Scotia, toured around there a little bit, went to the Bay of Fundy, and there was that one area, Hopewell Rocks, I think it was called, that I thought was really cool. That was something to see, all right. And then from there, we went over to a port, I forget the name of it, got on a big ferry boat that took the cars and everything over to Port au Basque, Newfoundland. So that's where I'll start in detail. One sad thing, I was too young to know what the hell I was even looking at, but I wish I had the wherewithal to pay attention as I was looking out the window as we drove through Sackville, New Brunswick. I would have been able to see the Radio Canada International Shortwave transmitting station right there. And maybe I did, but again, I would have had no idea what I was even looking at that point. It's just a shame I wasn't into it then, because I was a good station that they, took off the airwaves, as they often do, and demolished the whole thing. So it's just sad I was never able to experience that, but what's done is done. So, the trip to Newfoundland was largely confined to the western side of the island. So I hate to say, but I've never been to St. John's, Newfoundland. I haven't been there or anywhere near that environs. I've only stayed on the west side of Newfoundland. I'd say I was in Newfoundland for a period of several days. It wasn't too long, but again, I would wager like a week or so. And I remember that ferry ride going in. I mean, it was, the thing was big. Like, how these car ferries are. These are, they're ships. It's not really like a ferry boat, it's a big ship. And I'd say it was like a 2-hour voyage, maybe longer. It might have even been 3 or 4 hours. I'm not sure how long it really was. But it was, certainly it was a little journey over toward Newfoundland. We got off at Port au Basque. I guess it's Channel Port au Basque, but I always remembered it just being Port au Basque. And we got off, and, there was some hotel there. Again, I forget the name of it. It seemed like it was a name-brand hotel. I remember that hotel, though. I felt so bad when we got into because it was cold. I mean, we got there in July. But even for July, the temperature was in like the 50s Fahrenheit. It was chilly. And I remember it was cold in the hotel, but I felt so bad that there was this betta fish that seemed like it was in this freezing water that it just seemed like it was on the verge of death. I mean, it was just barely hanging on. I felt so bad for the thing. It was just sitting there on the counter. But went to that hotel, stayed there for a day, and then we began our trip on the Trans-Canada Highway up north to Corner Brook. And I think in Corner Brook we stopped there for, like for a meal or something. And then we drove up to, it was all the way up to, I recall it being pronounced Port au Choix, but it's spelled Port au Choix. But again, that's just how I'll pronounce it. My French is non-existent, so just that's how it's spelled. And we drove up there. It was a long drive the first day, but one thing that I always remember about Newfoundland is how breathtakingly beautiful the scenery there was. I mean, it's gorgeous. If you ever have the chance to go there, it's chilly, but boy, is it beautiful. It's, granted, from 14 years ago, but it was breathtaking. I mean, no matter which way you looked, it was just so picturesque. You can look pictures of it for yourself, but I thought it was incredibly scenic. You can see these incredible mountains and valleys, and it's just so beautiful. There's just, look up the pictures and you'll see what I'm talking about. Just breathtaking. And it was like this drive. It was a long drive, like I said, but it went by pretty quick because every time you looked out the window, it wasn't like the scenery was monotonous. It wasn't like, no offense to the United States, but as you know, when you're traveling through some of the Midwest, the scenery becomes slightly repetitive. You're looking out and it's lots of farmland. And yes, I've traveled through that part of the country before. There was a drive I think I was on all the way from New York to Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming, and all points in between, via car. But every state still has its own identity, and all of these little towns, they still have their own character. You can't forget that. Even if the scenery kind of blends together, all of these locations are still individual, with their unique history and people and places and, etc. Every single small town still has its identity. That's something a lot of people just skip over and forget. But despite all of that, back to Newfoundland, again, it was a long drive, and I remember the roads weren't in the best shape, especially after Corner Brook, lots of potholes. But, it seemed like it was still navigable. After Corner Brook, we got off the Trans-Canada Highway, I guess it was called, and got on to, 430, it says on the map. And that was the road, and it took you right along the west coast of Newfoundland, again, up to Port au Choix. Now, I remember that was a long drive, and by the time that was said and done, pretty much it was already getting dark. We stayed at this dumpy motel. There's no other way to describe it. I have nothing against them. That's just how the place was. And, the thing that I remember about that establishment there, again, I can't blame them. They made the best with what they had. I mean, it was a pretty rural area, so you can't expect all of the amenities that the city would have. But they had this restaurant in this motel that they said they served, they said they served pizza. So I got what I thought was, like a pepperoni pizza or something. And I remember they brought it out, and the thing, I'm glad I only have vague images of this committed to memory. I'm glad that my mind kind of forcefully blanked out the true details of this encounter, but just from my experience, it was very disgusting. It was like this anemic-looking pizza with these giant brown... These things were huge. It was like the size of my hand. These giant brown blobs of meat. I didn't know what this was. I asked the waitress what this was, and she said, "I have no idea what this is. I think it's some sort of European meat or something." It was genuine mystery meat. These giant brown blotches of stuff. God knows what it was on this pizza. It wasn't good. The pizza wasn't good. The meat scared me. And that's my only memory of that. Needless to say, I kind of went hungry that night because I wasn't all that... it didn't pique my interest. I saw that and I wasn't a fan. I wasn't having any of that. The next day, though, surprisingly enough, we continued to venture north. And just off this road again, in a pretty rural area right near the ocean, there was a Subway, just a standalone Subway sandwich place that was fine. So I had a Subway sandwich, and that was my sustenance. But anyway, we continued north toward Lonsau Meadows, which was, the historical site for the Vikings and whatnot. And we went up there, we toured around there, spent, I'd say, a day up there. And then, we just traveled back down the coast to Port au Choix, then back down to Corner Brook, then back down to Channel Port au Basque, and then back across to New Brunswick. And then back across to Nova Scotia. So it was really just the west side of Newfoundland. I've never been in the central areas of Newfoundland, nor have I ever been in St. John's, Newfoundland. So I've never been there. It's just on that west side, that's where I was. But yeah, I remember that it was cold, but boy was it beautiful, that's just from my reminiscing of it. Again, it just seemed like... The one thing that I also recall is we were getting further to the north, getting close to Lonsau Meadows. I remember we were driving, and again, this road, you can look on the map, just rides the coastline pretty much the whole way up. I was so shocked at one point, because the thought did cross my mind, since this is the furthest north I had ever been. And considering, that it's not near the North Pole or anything, but I was just curious, I wonder if we would ever be able to see an iceberg over there. So imagine my amazement on the day we were heading over to Lonsau Meadows. I looked over, and I was watching the water, and all of a sudden I see this, in the distance, this white speck on the water. And I'm thinking to myself, I wonder what that is, it can't really be an iceberg, can it be? And as we got closer, heading up the coast, getting closer to it, sure enough, it was an iceberg. We pulled off to the side, got out, we were able to see it and get some pictures, and it was the first and only iceberg I ever got to see. But, I don't know, it's just the coolest thing to me, to be able to see that, just totally unexpected. Again, it was like a thought that crossed my mind that maybe... could see it, but I wasn't counting on it, and there it was. It's like it was there, waiting for me, almost. It was just so... It was beautiful. That's the one thing I gotta say. Newfoundland is a very, very beautiful place. Now, I don't know how things have changed in the last 14 years. I imagine that while it's still probably rural in many ways... I'm sure that internet connectivity over there is much better than it was back in 2007. And I imagine now that you could probably get reliable, as long as you stay on the main road, I'd wager, I bet you can get reliable, cell reception at the very least, and probably internet too. I'm sure all these towns now are connected and everything, and, it's not like you're really going off the grid anymore. I know in 2007 at least, it still had that feeling of like you were kind of not connected to anything anymore in some areas. But that's probably changed. I mean, well, one good, I'd say, indicator of that I'm sure the infrastructure has gotten much more advanced over in that part of Newfoundland is there's no shortwave broadcasts, targeting Newfoundland anymore. Because up until 2017, the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, actually did have a shortwave transmitter in Newfoundland that ran 24/7 and kind of beamed the signal toward, again, like that part of Newfoundland, western Newfoundland, and then into Labrador as well. And it was just a 24-hour relay of CBC radio in English. And then late at night they also had some relays of international broadcasters like DW, the BBC, and ABC Radio Australia. And I wouldn't usually be able to pick them up, but from time to time I would be able to pick that station up. And it was always really nice to listen in. I thought they had pretty high-quality programming. But then in 2017 they pulled the plug on it. And they claimed that, they were just going to be off the air for a week or two, for technical difficulties. But the hard truth, especially with a medium like shortwave that's in decline, if a station says they're going off the air due to technical difficulties or repairs, for the most part that's a nice way of saying that there aren't enough listeners to justify the cost, and they're leaving forever. They're never coming back. But it's nicer to say that, we're leaving because we have these technical difficulties, we're going to be improving the transmitter, so, we'll be gone for a while, but we'll be back. It's easier to tell listeners that than to say, yeah, we're leaving, and we're never coming back, bye. So, I liked listening to them. I even sent them a couple emails afterward, wondering if they'd ever get back on the air, but they never did. So I think, considering that there aren't any shortwave broadcasts for Newfoundland anymore, I'd say that the infrastructure is probably good enough that, can hold its own. Because like I was saying, there are certainly parts of Newfoundland that felt really, really desolate. On one final note, in regard to Newfoundland, one aspect that, again, this was 14 years ago, things might have changed. I think there was much more civility, even, as recent as that, just in this world of ours, than what you say today. It seems like there's more evil people around these days, but that's just me. That's just my take. That's just what I see. But one thing that astounded me in Newfoundland, especially in these small towns, was the sense of community that they had, and this sense of mutual respect that they all had, like, almost communal gardens, and they all had their piles of firewood out for the winter, just out in plain sight, right on the road. Anyone could have brought over a truck and just taken it. No one did. Everyone, they trusted each other. They kind of had this feeling that everyone is going to do the right thing. I guess they felt safe and comfortable with all their stuff just out like that. And it was just, again, this sense of community, reliance, and trust that people had in one another, that it was very heartwarming, in a sense, to still see such a thing. I don't know, that might be long gone at this point. I know here in the US, for the most part, you put anything there, someone's going to steal it. And that's going to be gone so fast. Because that's just how so many people here are. You've got this cancerous, I've got mine, you've got yours attitude. And then, people preach that. They pretend like they're all self-made and everything. And, let's say you're talking about something as silly as, firewood or whatever. People are going to act all tough, and they're going to pretend like, oh, this is my firewood, I chopped this down, I made it, this is mine, and I worked for it so hard, I busted my tail for this. when in reality some of those people that say such things really just stole it from someone else, but like to stroke their ego and pretend that they actually put any sort of significant work toward it, which they didn't. But it's just like, the sense of community here in the US is dead. It's completely gone, and it's been corrupted. All it takes is a few people out there to take what was such a wonderful thing and just completely just eviscerate it. I just hope for one day, when maybe that sense of community can return, I don't think it ever will, but it's like a pipe dream, where we can trust each other, where we treat each other better, where we're more respectful, where, we behave like adults and have a sense of civility. We don't feel the need to constantly step on others or screw each other over all the time, like what you see so often these days. Just kind of brings back, a little bit of a somber memory and something that I kind of wish was still a thing here. But it was a very pleasant visit, something I'll never forget. Second question, which again, I knew I was going to talk about the first one for a long time. The second one, not so much. You said, I watched your video on Amtrak, and I heard you talk about it in your podcasts. Question is, are there any passenger railroad services around the world that you'd like to try someday? No, not really. I mean, look, if I ever found myself the opportunity, I would love to try the, the bullet train in Japan, the real high-speed ones. That would be an honor, but I don't have any definitive plans to ever actually, enact such an endeavor. But if I ever find myself there, certainly I'll give it a shot. One thing about rail travel in the United States is that high-speed rail service doesn't exist over here. That's another thing. A funny thing about Amtrak that seems, I think, preposterous to many, but this is just the way that it works. And actually, give me one quick minute. I'm going to pour out some water here. One moment. Alright, water in hand. Just what I was trying to say is the way Amtrak rail service works in the United States, and again, this is the thing with Amtrak you have to realize for the most part, is that for long-distance rail travel, Amtrak is the only game in town. In cities, you have the subway trains, the underground, but that's just localized commuter, transportation, just to and fro certain parts of the city. There are a few smaller railroads in other states. For instance, in Florida, there's the Sunrail, which is really, it'll only take you like 30 or 40 miles. And, a few other states have these derivatives, but for long-distance travel, Amtrak is it. The funniest thing, with a few small exceptions, Amtrak does not own any of the railroads that it even uses. And that sounds kind of crazy, but that's just how it is. The only railroad tracks that Amtrak actually owns is a stretch between Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, and Boston, Massachusetts. That stretch of tracks Amtrak owns, and it's modernized, it's electric, and the trains are able to actually go, at a decent clip. So between, Washington, D.C. and Boston, Massachusetts, so between that, you have, a number of major cities. You have Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Maryland, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, goes all the way through New Jersey, into New York City, it goes through Connecticut, it hits Providence, Rhode Island, and then up into Boston, Massachusetts. As a result, the trains can go maybe up to 130, 140 miles per hour, which is pretty quick, but certainly not as fast as what you see in many other areas. Now you might say, well, that's good, but when you really think of it, and if you're not in the US, you can just look up the distance on a map between Washington, D.C. and Boston, Massachusetts, and you will see that it's really not that far. So then what about all the other railroad tracks in the rest of the country? Right? What if someone wants to go from New York City to Miami, Florida? Or if they want to go from Washington, D.C. to San Diego, California? What then? Well, Amtrak doesn't own any of those railroad tracks. So what they do is they kind of have to, I'm not sure if they have to pay a fee, but they use the railroad tracks that the freight trains use. And these railroad tracks are not electrified, they're just for, diesel-powered trains. And the stipulation for Amtrak being able to use these freight train railroad tracks is that the freight trains are given priority. So as a result, anything south of Washington, D.C., the trains can only go maybe as fast as 50 miles per hour, maybe 70 if you're lucky, but usually 50 miles per hour, and sometimes they have to stop to let the freight trains pass. So the funny thing, because I've taken the Amtrak train from, let's just say Orlando to New York City, it takes maybe, the whole ride is about 24 hours, but the funny thing is that it takes like 20 hours to get from Orlando to Washington, D.C., and then the last stretch is only like 4 hours or less. It just goes so quick once you get onto those electric tracks, but boy, it's a drag otherwise. I mean, it's slow going, but something is better than nothing. So that's what we have there. Thank you for your email. Next we have a question and comment from Filippo in Italy. I hope this email finds you well. First off, congratulations on 10 years on YouTube. Listening to the story of your channel during the latest VORW was very interesting to me. Being a fan since around 2015, I didn't know the lore of the Report of the Week, and I'm glad you managed to overcome the hardships along the way, and you never stopped doing what you love. Secondly, I resorted to radio more and more in the recent year for news and entertainment, growing progressively tired of clickbaity articles online and social apps that are made to be addictive. I usually listen to our national radio station, Rye Radio, and just a few minutes ago I was looking for this station that mainly broadcasts economy news, and I stumbled upon a shocking program. For the brief time I listened, people would telephone just to argue and insult the hosts, the latter insulting and arguing back until they switched to another listener and repeat the cycle. I still am baffled, to say the least, and a bit disgusted at all the negativity and slurs. Have you ever stumbled upon weird or straight-out offensive programs in your radio experience? Wish you the best, Filippo from Italy. Well, thank you, Filippo. Good to hear from a radio listener. I have tuned in, actually, to Rye Radio in the past. They used to be on Shortwave, but they left the airwaves in like 2006 or so. But I've heard their AM radio transmissions to Italy from time to time on one of those online radio receivers, the one in the Netherlands. But, programs like that I kind of think of as trash radio, It's just one of those things that doesn't really contribute anything, and it could be tasteless, so to speak. Now, over here in the United States, you don't see this as much, but there's actually a term, I think, that kind of applies to certain programs like that, in a sense. The term was more popular in the 90s, I'd say, and early 2000s, but you can look up shock jock. And the definition is a shock jock is a type of radio broadcaster or disc jockey who entertains listeners or attracts attention using humor and or melodramatic exaggeration that some portion of the listening audience may find offensive. I would say one of the most famous shock jocks that ever existed here in the United States was Howard Stern. And he's still going. I mean, I've listened to his show a couple times. It's really just not for me, and he's definitely toned it down quite a bit as he's getting older, but he was huge, 20, 30 years ago. And he had a channel on satellite radio, I think it was called Howard 100. And one thing that I remember, because again, there was Howard Stern, he had, I think, 2 satellite radio channels. There was Howard 100 and Howard 101. And it wasn't just his own show, which again, he was very out there at the time, but he had a number of other shows. I remember once, back in 15 or 16, I was asked to do a phone-in interview on the Jay Thomas show, which I think at the time was syndicated on Howard 101, on his network. Jay Thomas, he was a good host. He died back in 2017. But I remember the one thing that I didn't really know at the time, because I hadn't listened to his program much before then, was that his show in some cases kind of fit the shock jock type of format. It was much milder compared to Howard Stern. But the one thing that I didn't know was I was doing the interview and everything was going good. And then all of a sudden, and I was never told this before, they said, all right, now we're opening up the phone lines and callers can call in and have their thoughts heard. And some of those callers were ruthless, all right, but it was still okay in the end. I just wasn't expecting that. I remember when I did that interview. But one recent example that I could think, because I know that those sorts of shock jocks and stuff are still around. Again, I don't think it's as big as it was in the 2000s. On the world of shortwave, the FCC does not enforce shortwave radio at all, and there is no censorship on the medium. Here in the United States, the stations sell their airtime, it's pay to play, pretty much, so you say what you want, and as long as you pay the bills, no one's going to stop you. So as a result, if you want to talk about offensive content, some of these shows that I've heard on some US shortwave stations easily take the cake, in terms of weird or straight-out offensive shows. I kind of struggle with... I can't repeat some of the things that I've heard, even just fairly recently. On shortwave you have lots of interesting programs. There's cultural, political, entertainment, religious shows, and even I like a good conspiracy theory. Some of those shows are good. There aren't a ton of shows like this, but you also get, like Holocaust denial programs, and white supremacy, etc. There was one show that I stumbled upon. They were just, using the N-word, the hard R, freely. Time after time. So, in terms of offensive content, that's one example of just what I heard scanning around on the shortwave a couple weeks ago. There was another show that I was scanning around and I listened to last night. This one I remember the name of, and you could look the guy up if you want. He has certainly a track record. The Hal Turner Show. He's a very controversial figure. He's one of those people that, it's like a lot of people don't like him, but he has his dedicated base of listeners. And he was on last night sharing some thoughts about the, what happened at the Capitol, the storming of the Capitol back in January. There's no way that I can even come close to saying what he said. I guarantee if I repeated his diatribe, I would be banned from every single platform, and I'd probably have the police at my door. That's all that I can say. Let your mind run wild. That's all I'll say. He talked about, in very, very graphic detail, what he wished would have happened to all the politicians when the Capitol was stormed. That's all that I'll say. I think it's something under any other circumstance that you would have gotten the feds knocking at your door easily. And that's just 2 examples of it. So yeah, I hear all that sort of stuff all the time on the shortwave, but again, there's no one to tell them not to do it. So that's what we have there. In the end, the best thing you could do is just keep spinning the dial and, not to give them any time of day if you don't like it. You're listening in to VORW, Radio International. Alright, and let's continue now. Let's get to our next piece of correspondence. This next email, let's find it. We'll go with... I'm just trying to find one. Yeah, we'll go to this one from Ruben, who writes, "My name is Ruben, hope you are well. I have a question for you. Do you ever plan on visiting California to see car chases in person? Coming from the hotspot Los Angeles, there's always something going on each day. If not for the car chases, what about the food?" Thank you, Ruben. I hope to visit California again at some point. I've been to California once before, but really for such a short period of time, I can't call it much of a visit. You see, the first time I was ever, and the first and only time I've ever been in California, was in early 2016 when I was there for the Tosh.0 film shoot, and that's it. And I was only there for maybe a day and a half, and that's it. So it wasn't really much of a visit. Yeah, I'll visit California again. There was a time when I had contemplated maybe living there, but that's not going to happen anymore. I've really decided against it. But I'd certainly be happy to visit. I mean, there certainly are things to do, places to see, etc. Once this COVID stuff kind of dissipates a little bit, whenever that might be, it'll be a little easier to kind of do sorts of travel-related things, because right now, it's like, if not restrictions, what's even open anymore, right? That's the thing. So, no, I'll certainly... there are some places I'd like to try out, of course, some local establishments. I would certainly love to have In-N-Out Burger again. And just for the heck of it, I'll try out Jack in the Box, just for the fun of it. I've never had that before. But In-N-Out Burger especially, I'd be interested in trying. So thanks for your question. The thing about LA that amazes me, just I suppose on a final note, is the fact that as a city, LA is it's such a sprawling city, It's so expansive. That's the crazy thing about it to me. I don't know, it's just, there's something about just how massive it all is, It's it's huge, it really is. I guess it's expansive, and considering the cost of living over there and all of that, very expensive as well. Now let's go over to our next email. This one comes in, more so a comment, but it comes in from Brian. "I've been listening for about a year now. I've been watching your YouTube videos for about a year and a half. Your YouTube videos are so good that I have to get what you review, and you're dead on almost all the time about the quality and taste of things. Great job with that, and I look forward to those. Listening-wise, I enjoy your updates and takes on the world, and I love that you don't have hot takes on things and address things like a normal person with a brain would have. I'm a truck driver. I did over the road for 2 years, but now I'm local and home every night, so if you have any questions about truck drivers or trucks, I can answer them. My main reason for emailing is the episode I just listened to. There is a listener having anxiety with death. Now, I've had so much anxiety in my life, and dying was one of them. I just watched a movie on Netflix called I Care a Lot. The quote that helped me was, quote, "Do you remember how scary it was in 1807? I wasn't alive yet. It'll feel the same way when I'm dead," unquote. Now that brings me peace, knowing all the pain and war before me, I didn't feel anything, so when the good Lord takes me, I'll feel nothing after that. I guess it's just my human nature and self-center or ego that makes me nervous. I don't know. Either way, I'll live and struggle and thrive and cherish another day. I have other things to say about social anxiety that have helped me become a more normal person that I can email another time. So thank you, Brian, for your kind words, and I'm glad you're a regular viewer of the YouTube and a listener to this program. And in regards to trucking, being a truck driver, if any questions come to mind, I'll most certainly ask you. I'll certainly be happy to do that. One thing I have to say is, I do have a lot of respect for the truck drivers out there. I don't think they really get enough credit, but they're one of the reasons why so many of the goods that we use on a day-to-day basis are even readily available. The logistical side of things wouldn't be possible without you guys. Now, there was a time years ago I even considered becoming a truck driver. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying in regards to what I wanted to do with my life before YouTube. I wasn't really sure. But one thing that I had considered, I'd seriously considered it, and I never decided to because, the road can be an intimidating place, and it just, didn't work out. But I was actually eyeing up becoming a truck driver for a time. Look at it this way, right? You get to be by yourself. I'm talking like a long-haul truck driver, not a delivery driver. But if you're a long-haul truck driver, well, you get to be by yourself for most of the time. That's fantastic. You don't really have to deal with, co-workers or having to go out and interact with tons of people. You're in your truck. You're on the open road. You get to see the country. An added bonus for me personally would be you get the CB radio, and with a little bit of modifications, you could easily have a shortwave radio inside the truck as well, and you could do some listening while you're driving. It's just a solitary job, but that's really what I was interested in. Something that you don't really have to deal with a ton of people face to face. That's just, romanticizing it, so to speak. Of course, it has its drawbacks as well, and, nothing's perfect, but it is something that I had considered for a time. And thank you again for your email and for your comment. Okay, we have... Well, let's find another one here. I highlighted them, so we've got a few emails on each page. And I'm just trying to find them. Okay, here's 3 in a row, so let's get to them one after the next. This one comes in from Andrew. Hey, Review Bra. I just listened to your 10-year blowout broadcast on iTunes, and I wanted to say that myself and many others are still listening every week. I haven't written in for a while because I figured with so many followers and emails you get now, I wouldn't want to waste a lot of time and emotional effort on a message that you'll never read, though that's no fault of your own. To interject, no, look, I do get a good amount of correspondence, but most of the emails that I get are actually in regards to the shortwave broadcasts that I do. In regards to this show, feedback, despite decent listenership, has actually been very light. Just out of a page, I'm looking right now of 50 emails. 4 of them deal with this show, and all the others deal with the radio show that I do, the shortwave. And then, the next page of emails, 50 of those, not a single one is for this show. Next page of 50, again, 3 of them are for this show. Then the next page of 50 emails, all those are for the shortwave broadcast. The next page of 50 emails, only 1 is for this show. So, you can see, I get a couple emails for the podcast, but most of them are for the radio show, which again is fantastic. I love doing the radio show, but don't feel like your email will just be neglected and lost in the ether or whatever. I sort through them, I read them all. Even if I can't get to it on the air, know that my eyes have seen it. And before I even continue, Andrew, I remember you. I hope you know I haven't forgotten you. I remember you used to be down in Florida, and you would tune into the Shortwave, I know, back in 2017. I know you've been around longer than that, so I remember you. You've always been a wonderful listener. But back to your email. Your broadcast has introduced me to so many musical artists, and genuinely has helped me during the pandemic to stay grounded and give me an interesting way to occupy my time. I've lost my wife, likely due to complications from coronavirus that we got back in February 2020 after she traveled back to Miami through Tanzania through Amsterdam. We were in Fort Lauderdale and they literally laughed at us when I asked for a test. No one had them back then, if you remember. She actually recorded a Swahili announcement. You're listening to VORW International, which you kindly played, and we were really chuffed. I hope some East Central Africans were listening to that broadcast. It was a great memory. Even if it was small and silly, it was still nice for us. Millions of families have been ripped apart, and reporters and entertainers like yourself have, well, quite literally helped millions of people as well. Who knew that Deep Dish Leonard would be helping so many people? Hope you continue for many years to come. P.S. If you have room to play Back on Boogie Street by Leonard Cohen, it was one of my favorites that you played years back. All the best from Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. Number one, I'm terribly sorry for your loss. It's really sad to hear. I remember you guys, it was, I remember the two of you. You guys used to be very regular listeners in 2017, and I'm sorry to hear that. I remember that announcement. I remember, you see, because back in 2017, I had a little thing just for the fun of it. I was saying, well, if there's any listeners out there, who are multilingual, feel free to record a station ID that I could include in the broadcast. And I think we got one in French, we got one in Spanish, German, Turkish, I think Portuguese, Japanese, Russian, and then, I remember your wife, she did the Swahili station ID, and I remember I did include that in a couple broadcasts, and you never know, because back in 2017, I was on a station out of Bulgaria that had a 150 kilowatt transmitter, and, I remember that broadcast got some listener response from the Middle East and North Africa. So, you never know. The signal just has to go a little further south. And, of course, with internet availability in some areas down there where shortwave is still more popular, I'd be willing to say that there is definitely a good chance that some folks heard that ID and were able to understand it. So that is a fun memory. I remember that. But I'm sorry to hear that. I know this virus, it's been tough on so many people for so many different reasons, some people are upset over the restrictions, some are upset about the financial difficulties, some people just want to get back to normal life. But I know worst of all, in the cases like yours, people who have lost family members and loved ones. Look, people say what they want about the virus and it's what they feel about it, but still millions of people did die and are dying still. And these are real people. I think easier to say that it's insignificant when you haven't lost anyone yourself or when it's not personal. Fortunately, I haven't lost anyone, in my immediate family or anyone extremely close to me, but I do know some people who died from it, and you look around, they're not there anymore. It's sad, there's no other way to say it. But to lose someone that close, I'm really sorry to hear that, Andrew. Yeah, early on in 2020. Boy, wasn't that a strange time, Wasn't it a strange time? I was kind of part of the bandwagon of folks that even very early on from day one was kind of trying to tell people about it, but yeah, it was... Yeah, there's no way you could get a test back then. I remember that. There was no way. Yeah, no way. The COVID tests didn't start becoming readily available almost for months later. And even then, I mean, it was so tough to get tested, so it was a strange time. Thank you, though, Andrew, for your support over all these years, and I'll certainly mark down your music request. I'll try to play it in the Thursday show. Try to send it out on that broadcast, so thank you again, Andrew, for your email and for your kind words. And I hope things get better for you. I know in regards to death and loss, it's different for everyone. Everyone handles it differently. There's no, uniform guidebook, right? That it's, oh, you handle it this way, By this time it'll be better. By that time it'll be better. That's not true. It's different for everyone, and the means of healing and all of that, it just comes differently to everyone, and in some cases, it might never be the same. But just hang in there best you can. Alright, we hear from Joseph in Ventura County, California. Hello, Report of the Week. I hope your day is going great. I am a new content producer for my local college radio station, and I wanted to ask, what advice do you wish you could tell yourself when you first started making your show? Thank you so much for your time. From Joseph. Thank you, Joseph. And now, I'm no professional. I know I do the radio stuff, and I'm on more stations than I ever deserve to be. And this show is more than I ever thought it would be. But I am no professional. I know I took a few broadcasting classes, but I'm not one of the, the golden voice radio greats of, the days of yore, or any of that. The one thing that I wish I could tell myself back then, when I first... And it was one of those things that I think it just... My own presentation, my own means of doing this show, doing my broadcasts on the radio and online, it got smoothed out just by doing it more. It was really just through that personal, direct experience that allowed it to get smoothed out. Guess one thing I could tell myself, just in terms of advice, would be, number one, while you have the microphone, while the mic is on, just don't be so fidgety constantly. Don't, like if you're holding a microphone, like I do sometimes, like I'm holding a microphone right now, don't, sit there and, apologies if this is loud, I don't intend for it to be, but, don't sit there and, try to do this all the time and be all hands all over the mic and just grab it and all this stuff. Try to be a bit more still instead. Try not to just be too... Because that just obviously, you can hear that, it distorts things. It's very unprofessional if you can hear yourself shuffling around constantly. But again, it depends on the circumstance. One other thing, don't try to rush everything. Don't try to sit there and just, force the words out of yourself. This is easier said than done, but try to just have a smooth pace. And again, this is circumstantial. It depends on what you're trying to do. But I'd say just try to have a smooth pace, and just try to have... Not necessarily casual, by that I mean informal, but casual in terms of relaxed and comfortable. Try to have a sort of comfortable delivery, as though instead of thinking about all the people that are listening and letting that get your anxiety up, just think, well, I'm in this room, maybe just by myself, or, if you're doing a show with, say a co-host or whatever, I'm just having a conversation. And that's all there is to it. I'm not doing a radio show. I'm not doing a podcast. I'm simply having a conversation, maybe just with this microphone, and I'm just here, sitting here, having a drink, having a chat, and that's what it is. And I think that relaxed view of it all can kind of get some, anxieties and fears and worries out, but that's just not something that'll happen overnight. As for me, it's just, I think through experience, I sit here and I talk. I don't sit here and think about all the people, not that I don't care about the people listening, it's probably the wrong way to say that, but I don't sit here and think about all the people that are listening right now that might be trying to interpret every word I'm saying and this, that, and the other thing. Instead, I just think, well, I'm here and I'm just talking about whatever I want to talk about. And that's it. To me, I'm speaking to an audience of one, that one person being myself. It's not like I'm thinking that right now I'm talking to tens of thousands of people. No, I'm sitting here in this empty room, and I'm just talking to myself. And with that mindset, because I suppose I'm just viewing the situation literally, evidently you're listening right now, but at this very moment that I'm recording this, it's the middle of the night. I'm sitting here, it's quiet. It's empty. So I am talking to myself. If, let's say I decided never to publish this, then indeed, with no one else hearing this, I'm just talking to myself right now. So that's just, I kind of also look at it literally, and that just helps. Believe me, if I were in... Boy, what an absurd thing to even think. But if I were in, some auditorium, sitting at this damned desk with my recording set up, and I could see every single person listening right now, rows and rows of seats, believe me, this delivery would not be the way that it is right now. No way. It's kind of, it's funny in a sense, I don't know, it shouldn't be probably, but it is. This next email, a little bit of a longer one, but that's fine by me, comes in from Christine. First off, I hope you're having a good day or night when you read this. Congrats on the recent milestone of 10 years on YouTube as well. It's honestly amazing that you can stick with something for that long, especially with the ups and downs that the channel's been through. Even though I haven't been around here the longest, I'm super proud of you for keeping at it, and I hope the platform treats you well in coming years. Getting to the bulk of the email. I wanted to raise a topic of discussion at most, and at the very least recommend an interesting piece of writing that you might enjoy. This is the first time I've raised a topic of discussion, which you can use to your discretion as it relates to the podcast, radio show, or anything else. So bear with me if it's too extensive or long. I'm just pretty into the subject matter, so I might go overboard. To interject, don't worry. By all means, there's a reason when I open up the email I say write as long or as short as you want. Keep the email as long or as short. It's up to you. And write as often or as seldom as you wish, too. I give you, the listener, the freedom to do what you wish in terms of the correspondence. Alright, continuing back to your email. I'm a college student majoring in communications and political science, which means that I get to take lots of fun and interesting classes relating to politics and how people talk to and interact with each other. This semester, I'm taking a political theory class. I'm very new to the study of political theory, and it's only my second year of college, but I find that learning about all of the different conceptualizations of government, the relationship between freedom and equality, and the role of the state in people's lives to be extremely interesting. This week, the text I read for my class was On Liberty by John Stuart Mill, a utilitarianist political philosopher. Though I've barely scratched the surface on the ideas presented in the text, I gleaned enough from my cursory read-through to be able to summarize it at the most basic level. The main point that Mill makes is that people should be free to think, act, and group together with others for common cause in any way they wish. Nobody, neither the state or the society, should have the ability to infringe upon those freedoms. The only intervention that should be made is when others are harmed by the actions of someone. Basically, people should be free to do whatever they want, as long as they aren't harming others. Mill was also a huge supporter of free speech, and harshly condemns censorship, as he believes that dissenting ideas help propel society toward exploration of the truth. I've heard you take some similar stances to Mill's in your podcast radio show, and even on the YouTube on occasion. So I think you might agree with the basics of his argument, or at least parts of it. And you linked a few of those below, so thank you. If you take an interest in this particular theory, I have a few questions for you about what you thought of it, which you could discuss in the podcast, in writing, or just ponder on your own. So we have 3 questions. And in regards to the questions, I think you even said at the very bottom, you said these are pretty deep and complicated questions, and honestly, I'm not sure how I'd answer them myself. But I thought you found the theory interesting. And yes, these are very complicated questions, so I mean, I might not even have an answer to them either, truth be told. But look, let's just make of it what we will and go from there. So the first question says, I would say these are academic questions. The first one says, Mill argues that anyone can live as they please, even if it is to their detriment, without the need for society to intervene. As long as someone is an informed adult, he can make his own decisions and assess risks for himself. Do you think that people's treatment of themselves should be respected as a part of their personal liberties, as described by Mill? What if someone's choices are self-destructive to the point that the person might die as a result? At what point, if any, is intervention by friends, family, or larger society warranted? I mean, I do largely agree with the statement in question 1 here. And largely, in terms of his philosophy, I'm not very well versed on him at all. Honestly, this is probably the most I've ever read about him. But one thing that I've actually said without even attributing it to him, unknowingly, I think word for word, is largely when I view society and the world, I think people should be free to do what they want as long as they're not hurting or harming others. It's, I think, word for word what was said there, so I could easily see some crossover with that. But again, it's not like I ever read his stuff and thought, yeah, this is what how I want to think. It's just something that I had thought, and evidently that's where a lot of that comes from. But in terms of my own philosophy, I think folks should have freedom, again, to do what they want, providing it's not hurting or harming others. I think, though, that there should be some basic common sense applied, hence the provision, not hurting or harming others. Don't say, I want to go, kill all these people. Why not, No, it's not. That shouldn't happen. The legal system exists for a reason. I think that should continue. And I think there still does need to be a set of laws and folks to enforce those laws so those common sense provisions can be maintained. And in regards to this, I think it should largely be up to the individual as to what they want to do. Because look at it this way. You want to talk about self-destructive, behaviors. Well, I think when you think about self-destructive, you think especially about very hard drugs. You think about, shooting up heroin or getting high on crack or something. And, or getting addicted to meth. These, obviously you could see a physical change and it can be very apparent. But that's not just what one could talk about when you're talking about self-destructive behaviors, right? Look at it this way. Look at society today. There's lots of things that we consume or can that certainly don't help us at all, could kill us, or at least kill us quicker. Look at the food that I eat. Look at the food that I review. This stuff isn't going to make my life any longer. One could say eating all this fried, processed food is, in a way, self-destructive. You're taking years off your life. But I understand that. I know what I'm doing to myself by doing all these reviews and eating this stuff. I understand that, and I accept the consequences of that action, at least for the time being. So I feel like I should be able to use my discretion in regards to that. But similarly, substances that I don't really consume but are readily available, look at alcohol. You could say that could be self-destructive, but again, it should be up to the discretion of the consumer if they wish to partake in that or not. No one should be forced to take it or not to. And if you listened to my show, I think the last one that I did, my personal views on alcohol, that how I see it myself, but also my view of it in regards to society, that people should be allowed to consume it if they want to, even if I personally would more or less abstain. Same thing in terms of, cigarettes and tobacco, or vaping and all of the chemicals therein. It should be to the individual. If that's, you should understand the risks before you do that. You shouldn't force anyone else to do it, but it should be up to you as well. Now, in terms of intervention, let's say from society at large or individuals who care about you, that should be circumstantial. But obviously, again, let's talk common sense. Things like if the addiction is so bad you're out there on the street mugging people to try to get more money to, buy more or whatever, then that's an issue. Now, question 2, I could go on, but one possible criticism of Mill's views is that individuals don't exist in a vacuum, and that their actions, again, particularly those that are self-destructive or create a negative example, could impact others. For example, if someone likes doing an extremely dangerous hobby and dies as a result, their friends and family will be negatively, emotionally impacted by the death. Is that individual responsible for causing that harm to friends and family? What about in a less extreme example where death is not involved? I think the thing with the example they're trying to use in this case is saying, well, they did this. Let's just say someone likes doing skydiving, right? And there's an accident, the chute doesn't open, and the person dies, and obviously because of the death, their friends and family are negatively, emotionally impacted. So is that person who died responsible for causing that harm to the friends and family? I think that's flawed, though, because it's saying, obviously that's harm, the death caused a degree of harm, perhaps mentally, emotionally, onto those near and dear to them. But that's like saying, all right, what about anyone who dies? They died, are they putting harm on you? Let's say you're crossing the street and a car runs the red light, you didn't do a thing wrong. There's this driver on their phone, they're not paying attention, run the red light, slam into you, and you're dead. You didn't do anything wrong, just wrong place, wrong time, but you died, your loved ones are upset. Yeah, shame on you for dying. You shouldn't have died. Look at the harm you put on your family for dying today. What a flawed piece of logic that is. So, I think that's a bad example, raised in the question, by saying, is that individual responsible? Well, is any individual who dies, are they responsible for harming their friends and family? Personally, in that circumstance, if someone wants to skydive, that's up to them. They need to be aware of the risks involved. The family can just have conversations, express their concerns, etc., but it's up to the person, again, like let's say skydiving, up to them if they want to continue or take a break or do it less for, the betterment of their family, etc. So that's what it comes down to there. And third, is moral objection to something enough to constitute harm to that person or infringement on rights by the person who is morally offending. For example, is it a nudist's fault that a priest is made uncomfortable by nudity, or vice versa? Should either have to change their behavior or morality in that situation? Now, because here's the other thing, that again, and this is just my own philosophy kind of being applied to these questions, but I think that morality is subjective. I think that you have different people who have different views as to morality, so how can you then consider that? I mean, it's like, in terms of moral objection, let's just use the nudist example, right? You could have a group of people, one of whom says, well, I don't care, wear anything you want, and if you don't want to wear any clothes, that's fine by me. Then you might have another person who might say, well, in regards to the practice of nudity, I think if you're at a nude beach or something, that's okay, but I don't really want to see someone just walking around the store naked, and I'm not a big fan of nudity in a pornographic context. And then another person might say, well, I think that you should be fully clothed at all times, except for the most intimate of occasions. Right? These are three different viewpoints, three different attitudes about the same person. So then in terms of constituting harm, who of those three are you going to give credibility? Who's going to make the rules then? Who's going to determine, well, all right, this person's moral view therefore should be, the one that justifies that this constitutes harm. Forget about these two people and their moral views. That's just one of those things. I think it's such a subjective thing. Like I said, the thing that I break it all down to is common sense. Now personally, my view, I don't think people should walk around naked in public places. I would personally hope that folks dress themselves at least with a little decency and dignity, and behind closed doors, in the privacy of their home, what they wear or how they appear should be up to them. If they want to sit at home scantily clothed, and they're not really going to be seeing anyone else, they're not going to be standing by the window all day. I mean, that's up to the individual. Now personally, in regards to that sort of stuff, I don't want any part of it, under any circumstance, for any reason. What goes on in the bedroom, that's your business, I'm not interested in it, and I want no part of it. It's like I was thinking about this earlier today. In terms of how I appear and how I feel comfortable dressing, just because I have a certain standard as to how I dress doesn't mean everyone else should be forced to appear this way, I say I hope you dress with dignity and, cover up the nether regions, but aside from that, wear what you wish. It's like, again, by my own standard, unless it's very hot outside, most of the time I'm not comfortable unless really everything except my hands and face are covered up, You couldn't pay me to... Like, here's the funniest thing. I haven't worn a pair of shorts in public in over a decade. That's just because I'm not comfortable having my legs exposed when I'm out in public. Like, I literally... And I know that sounds preposterous. Like, that sounds so puritanical. But that's just how I am. That's just what I'm comfortable with. You couldn't pay me to go wear a pair of shorts out for a walk or something. There's no way. And there's not a chance that I would just, wear like a tank top or go shirtless or something. There's not a chance. Never wear something like that. Most of the time, again, I always try to have my shirt tucked in. I'll usually wear a tie. That's one thing, I will always wear long pants and shoes with, some socks to cover up the ankle, too. Especially higher socks, because those are also comfortable. I'll wear that, even if it's 110 degrees outside. I will always wear pants. And I've gone, again, over 10 years. I think actually almost 12 years now that I've only worn pants in public ever. That's just not something that I'm comfortable wearing. I mean, even, like, it's just, that's what I'm comfortable wearing. Like, even, it's gotten to the point where even, I had this pair of sleeping shorts, and I even feel like I don't feel comfortable even just wearing those to sleep. I don't. I always wear long pants when I go to sleep, too. Again, regardless of how warm or cold it is, that's just what I wear. Same thing, again, like with shirts and t-shirts. The most from me you'll ever see exposed is some of my arm, that goes to the elbow. But nothing beyond that. With like a short sleeve dress shirt. But again, I know that view that I apply unto myself as to my public appearance is extremely, extremely formal and restrictive. That's not a view that I would apply to any other person. I'd be out of my mind to say that anyone else should dress that way by force. No way. If you want to sit there and wear shorts and a tank top to go out to the store or whatever, but I don't care, wear it, I'll wear what I wear and you wear what you wear. That's just what it comes down to. I'll dress very formally and you could dress very casually if you want. If you want to go and wear a wing collar and a frock coat wherever you go, by all means, go for it, That doesn't bother me. It's up to you. Like I said, my own answer to all these questions is, aside from basic common sense, I think folks do what you wish. Very interesting and thought-provoking. Thank you for the email. Alright, we've got an email coming in from Daniel in Chicago. Hi, Mr. Bra, as the title reads, long-time listener. For me, maybe not for others. I started truly listening in 2019, and first-time writer. Typically, I try to give responses in YouTube comments, just because I watch a lot of small creators who can respond without the pick-me fans running in. So usually I just chuckle at the repetition of the VORW, INFO bits of the show. But I figured I can give it a shot just in case I get the opportunity to perk my head up in a listening ear when you mention the email. To interject, I know sometimes the repetition of that can be funny, but, I do things old school because the YouTube comments, it's easy responses, but a lot of the time, sometimes it brings the worst out in people, You get a lot of trolls in the comments. Fewer trolls are willing to take the time to go to their email and actually type up and send an email. So you get, I think, more thoughtful comments and questions via email. And, certainly, it's subjective. You've been around since 2019. That's, in some cases, 2 years now. So, glad to have you listening in. Now to your question. You said, I'm Daniel. I live in Chicago and listen on Spotify primarily. You're a great dude. I find myself working better when I have VORW playing in the background or in my earbuds when I'm studying. And essentially my main little question would be, what are your thoughts on the state of theater decline and the rise of streaming services? Congrats on 10 years from Daniel. So thank you, Daniel, for your kind words and feedback. And now in regards to theater, and I'm sorry if you, I guess it could work both ways. Because in theater, we could be talking about, like, Broadway theater. We could also be talking about movie theater. Now, I would wager that in regards to the question, theater decline and the rise of streaming services, I would just be willing to assume that that's in regards to movie theaters. Because, just to get it out of the way in case we're talking about regular theaters, personally, I think that regular theater is still holding its own because it's so independent from watching the stuff streamed online. Obviously, the COVID situation has severely impacted that, but I think traditional theater in that sense, while it has declined a bit, will certainly have its niche its place and will continue to live on. So that's if you meant in that regard. But I have a feeling the question was in regards to movie theaters. Yeah, movie theaters are really... they are in decline. They are severely in decline. You know, I can't say I really mourn the demise, I suppose, of movie theaters. I really don't. I'm not a movie theater goer. If I watch a movie, I'm going to do it from the comfort of my own home. And if that means I have to buy it online, I'll buy it online. That's fine. I'll pay for it. Means I could get to watch it sitting here on my couch. That's fantastic. The thing that I've noticed is that you're almost paying more to view a movie at the movie theater than you are to just, rent it online or buy it online or whatever. It's one of those things. I easily understand why movie theaters are dying. It's an experience I think a lot of people did before these streaming services because it was the only game in town. It was something to do. It was the way to see the movies while they were released. But now it's just... people who like the experience can still go. But in other cases, I've been to movie theaters. I've certainly seen films in theaters. But that's not to say that I go often. And I don't really have the motivation to go anytime soon. It's like you look at it this way. I see more negatives than positives in terms of theaters. It's like, alright, this is the way that it is most of the time. But sometimes the movie theaters are grimy, they're dirty. You have, the seats are a little sticky, they're all, they're stained at times. God knows what happened one day, in these seats that I find myself sitting in. You don't even want to think about it. It's not the cleanest atmosphere. I mean, it probably is cleaner now with the COVID and stuff, but I just remember it could be a little dirty. You have these people, it's like... I saw this picture once of a movie theater after a movie. Let me look this up. Just movie theater garbage. And I've seen more pictures of this than one. Yeah, this is what I'm thinking of. It's like, how do people even make such a mess when they're at a movie theater? I don't understand it. It's like you see piles of... yeah, just like this picture, piles of popcorn everywhere. Like, I just have this image in my mind of people with these buckets of popcorn. What, do they just take it, do they take it by the handful and just throw it up in the air and let it fall everywhere? How do people even make such a mess? I don't understand. People leave the wrapping everywhere, they spill the drinks. It's just, movie theaters are a messy and a dirty place sometimes. And that also reminds me, you have to deal with other people. A lot of the time with movies, I like to, try my best to immerse myself in it. So I try not to have too many, audible distractions. I just like to quietly view the film and take it in as intended. Now, when you're at a movie theater, you have to deal with people that, you've got this that goes on incessantly. They've got their snacks and they're trying to... going crazy with them, right? It always seems like in the environment where you try to be quiet, it's always the loudest to try to open something. But you've got the incessant rustling, you've got the folks, who are sitting there, and maybe they think they're talking quietly, but they aren't. You've got people's phones going off, you've got, other noises. You've got people coughing and sneezing, and sometimes, when the movie theater is so dark, there's like one or two people on their phones, and you see the light from that in your peripherals, and that kind of takes away from it. It's just so many things that I'm just not a fan of in terms of the experience. And then, speaking of the food and the snacks, it's like some of the most overpriced stuff can be found at a movie theater. I remember there was the only place I ever went to where I saw, and I kid you not, I remember I went to this one movie theater, and they were, flaunting this personal pizza that they had, which, let me tell you, it was nothing impressive. The picture makes it look so much better than it is. It was really like one of those mini DiGiorno pizzas, like a personal DiGiorno pizza that you put in the microwave for a minute. That's what it was. But my God, the picture made it look like you had the best, artisan pizza maker create this thing. And they charged like $25 for a microwavable personal pizza. It's highway robbery. Same thing with the prices for snacks and popcorn and hot dogs and all that stuff. It's just... Now, here's the thing, though. I'm not a big snacker. So... I barely eat. I'm like a snake. I eat once a day, for the most part, sometimes a little more or whatnot. And then I just let it digest, and that's how I'm comfortable eating. I'm good that way. Everyone's different. If you want to snack a lot, that's fine by me. I'm just not a big snack person. So the demand for snacks really isn't there, so it's not something that I need either while I'm watching a movie. Like, some people are like, well, I like the experience of being able to get the snacks. Now, that's understandable if you like snacks, but it's just not something that I need, so I'm not missing out on anything by not partaking. Likewise, just the movie-going atmosphere just isn't something that I really need. It's nice to watch the films on your own terms, in a more comfortable environment, without tons of distractions and all of that. It's, so I just don't see issues with that. I guess it'll be sad to see them all go. I think movie theaters, if they could still be sustainable for folks who like them, could still exist, but evidently fewer and fewer people are going to the movie theaters. So that kind of says something about the demand. But that's why I don't go. Those are some of the issues, that I see. And why I would prefer to just watch it at home as opposed to at a theater. I think movie theaters aren't going to go extinct. I think that they're still going to exist, but I think it's, it's going to thin out a little more than it already has. But I think in certain areas they'll still exist, they'll still be around for the folks who want them. Nick in Georgia writes in, "Hey John, hope you're doing well. I've been listening to the show since early 2019. I'm an office cleaner, so I like to have it on when I'm at work. Something I'd like your opinion on is minimalism, or as I'd like to call it, oversimplification trend. You see minimalism everywhere nowadays. On TV, on logos, on our computers and phones, everywhere. Maybe I'm just being a bit nitpicky, but I think it's really starting to get overused. Don't get me wrong, I do like a lot of it, but I never had a problem with the older designs of things, for example, like Windows XP or Windows 7 used to look. Heck, I actually appreciated the details here and there on little things. Now everything is just flat and simple design. Maybe it's just a sign that I'm getting old or something, so I'd like to know your feelings toward minimalism, and if you like it or not. Thank you for taking the time to read my email from Nick in Georgia. He says, howdy neighbor, howdy Nick. Good to hear from you. I think it is overused, too. I used to like minimalism, more so back in like 2012 or so. I used to think it was kind of interesting. But you're right, minimalism is everywhere. That's just I think it's just really being done more so as a trend than anything else. I think that's just the predominant design in terms of aesthetics and advertising, etc. But, it's like, yeah, so many websites, so many... I think the thing is, and it's a very fine line between minimalism and functionality. Sometimes my fear, anyway, is that you make things almost too easy to use, that it'll just cause issues later on in terms of problem solving, critical thinking, etc. That's just a worry. I don't know if that's going to be true or not, but... one other thing, I don't know if this is really minimalism, that I'm just not a fan of, but you've got this trend, lately especially, that you start seeing... I've seen it a lot in commercials. I hate it. I despise it completely. I don't even know if there's a name for it or what it's called, but the only thing I even know in terms of referencing it, just how much I hate it. It is... I can't even put into words how much I detest it. Everything about it I dislike, but if you type into YouTube Grubhub commercial, and you'll see this video from Grubhub. It's from 3 months ago. I'm sure people have seen it before. It's got 11 million views, for goodness sake. It's called Delivery Dance, and you'll see this, computer-generated individual holding... Pay attention to the detail. Look at how detailed the chicken sandwich is. Makes you think. You watch this thing. You know what? I'll just watch it right now. Delivery Dance by Grubhub. Yeah. They're doing the Grubhub dance. God forbid they actually use real actors and actresses for such a thing, right? This is one of the few things that I have nothing positive to say about it. Now, the company Grubhub, alright, you know what? All I'll say is that I've used Grubhub a couple times. Yeah, most of the time I use DoorDash instead, but I've used Grubhub on occasion. That's all I could pretty much say in terms of saying anything good about this commercial. The aesthetic, though, I don't know if there's a word for this, but oh my gosh, I hate it. I don't know why it is. Maybe it's an irrational disdain. I'm just watching it on a loop as I'm saying this. And again, in the commercial, pay attention to the detail that they put in to the food. Look at the chicken sandwich that he's holding. And look at the salad. More detail was put into the way that looks than any other thing in the whole commercial. Reminds me of the Carl's Jr. commercial, where they actually just superimposed the burger that this guy was eating. It was just so fake. It was, I don't even remember what it was for. It was for some item from Carl's Jr. And they had some sort of celebrity, athlete, I think it was, doing a review of it, and he bit into the burger. But I guess they couldn't even have him holding a real burger. So they just, with CGI, put in a fake burger that he was eating, and it obviously showed. It's just one of those things. It's like, again, I don't know the aesthetic, but I just don't like it. I don't like that. Look, that makes minimalism look good, to tell you the truth. Alright, let me close this out. I'm done watching this. And there we go. God, what's wrong with me, It's like, I'm not even saying this as a joke. I'm not even saying this as any sort of, for any sake of humor. It's how I genuinely feel right now. It's like, after sitting here and watching that, I legitimately feel drained, physically and mentally. I feel like, I hate to reference Harry Potter, but I feel like, when the Dementors, when they kind of suck some of your soul out of you, I feel like after watching that, some of, my life is just gone after watching this. I really feel empty. internally after this. I don't know, it just... something about that. It gets to me. Craziness. Next email, on to hopefully greener pastures where maybe some of my lifeblood shall be restored. What a sentence. We go to this email, reading, I was listening to the late January podcast, and you pondered on why people listen to your show. I listened for several reasons. I find your voice and your attitude soothing and relaxing. You have refreshing and intelligent ideas about things. Unlike some other podcasts I listen to, I never feel angry or upset listening to you. To interject, I'm sorry if the Grubhub thing crossed the line there. To go back to your email, I never feel the need to correct or educate you on any given point. Sometimes I hear things that make me feel that I'm not alone in certain aspects in my thoughts and feelings. I always hear interesting things on your show. I learn new things sometimes. Listening makes me feel fine on many levels. I'm glad you do this show, and I want to thank you very much for continuing to do it. Jennifer, in Fresno, California, listening through Amazon Music. Well, thank you, Jennifer, for your kind words. I think you're too kind. I sit here and I babble, and I don't really, it's like... I don't know how people... I know people give me answers and stuff, but still, I think you're too kind. Thank you, though, for your kind words there. I'm glad you enjoy this broadcast. I don't expect everyone to agree with me one thing or another, but it's always nice when... Look, we could have our disagreements, but I'm very thankful that most of the listeners, even if we don't see things eye to eye, are able to, express so with civility and, can agree to disagree. We've got an email from Joe in Virginia. My name is Joe, and I'm reaching out to say thank you for all you do. I enjoy the videos and the podcast, and thank you for opening up about your life and struggles in the last episode. It spoke to me a great deal. I'm 45, and I'm at a crossroads in my life. I would also like to listen to the shortwave programs. I would like your recommendation for a shortwave radio, being that I live in southwestern Virginia and only need to pick up your show. I know about the TuneIn app. Will it pick up your 3 main shows in North America? Thanks again. Best from Joe in Virginia. No, personally, I would recommend getting a radio and use the TuneIn as a fallback. That would be my advice to you. Now, this answer is applicable to anyone who's interested in getting a radio. So you could either just jot these down mentally or physically, and if you want this in writing, let me know at VORWinfo@gmail.com. Alright, so here's what we have. I would personally recommend the Texun PL380 receiver or the Texun PL310 ET. The company name is spelt Texun, T-E-C-S-U-N. I've seen people say it as Texan, like from Texas, but this is an Asian company. It's Texun, T-E-C-S-U-N, PL-380, that's 380, that's for the first radio. The second one is the Texun PL-310 ET. Those 2 radios are pretty much the exact same thing. They're affordable for the most part. They're like $50 radios. So if you've got the money to buy that, go for it. Or if you can, just save a little bit, I would really recommend that, the $50 Texun radios. Those are very, very effective radios, relatively affordable, but they do a good job. They pick up a lot of stations, and it'll certainly be able to receive my broadcast. Now, one radio that's my favorite, but it costs a little more if you have the money, is the Texun PL660 receiver. That one is just like an upgraded version of the previous 2, It's a little more sensitive. It picks up some, stations a bit better. It's extremely durable. I would be willing to say that if you save up the money and get the PL660, you'll get what you pay for. That radio, for goodness sake, that radio, it's like it's indestructible. It's incredible. Those radios are built to last, let me tell you. So I would recommend that. Another radio that again costs a little more but is pretty good is the CC Skywave radio. That's CC Skywave radio. If you're short on cash but you want a radio, here's the thing, and just remember this if you want to get it. There's a radio called the Retekess V115. That's Retekess, Retekess V115 radio. Now that's $25, right? That's half the price of the Texuan radios. It kind of looks similar to them. Well, if that's the case, why don't I just get that? It's half the price, it looks the same. Is that a good radio? Here's the thing. With radios, you get what you pay for. And I would personally say, save the money and go with the Texuan radios instead of the Retekess receiver. Now, if that's all you can afford, look, something is better than nothing. That's up to you. Here's the one thing that I say just to be mindful of. That Retekess radio is only going to pick up the strongest of stations. So it's only going to pick up the shortwave broadcasts that are directly targeting you, and only the real strong ones. So it's like, I've had listeners, even on the West Coast, who have gotten the Retekess V115 radio. I have broadcasts beamed to the West Coast, but even then, that radio isn't sensitive enough to pull those signals in. So instead, I'll have listeners, they'll return the radio to the seller, they'll get a Texuan radio, and they'll say, oh my gosh, yeah, you're coming in crystal clear, I can't believe that other radio didn't pick it up. Now, I've also heard from listeners, especially in Appalachia, and in parts of the Midwest, where my main broadcast to North America, 5850 kilohertz, is normally the strongest. Now, because these listeners live really right in the heart of where this broadcast is targeted and where the signal is the strongest, they can receive that broadcast on that Retekess radio. But if, they want to try to listen to the voice of Turkey, they might start having some difficulties, and it might not really be that easy. So personally, just consider that you're not going to be able to hear as much. You might run into difficulties even hearing my show. You might not. Something is better than nothing. It'll still be useful in an emergency, but I would recommend saving and getting one of the Texuan radios. Now, there's many other brands and things to choose from. I mean, you have Kato, you have Sanjian, you have Eaton, you have Grundig, all these other types of radios and brands that you can get. A resource that's a little bit of a nice starting place, you could go to amazon.com/shop/the report of the week. Though please, and I implore you, don't purchase a radio from this shop and feel like you have to settle. If you find a better deal or a better radio somewhere else, I beg of you, just get it there. Yeah, some proceeds from buying a radio from that Amazon store helped me out, but it's barely anything. Like a $50 radio, I mean, you buy it from that Amazon affiliate page, and I get like 10 cents, so I barely get anything to begin with. So just, if you see it elsewhere and it's at a better price, look, just get the radio. I want you to get a radio if you want one. Don't worry about where you get it from. So you can just find that page. I have a number of radios organized there that you can just kind of browse around and see if you find something that you like, but it's not a serious shop. It's just something that's up there for the fun of it, honestly. Now, one other thing that I'd recommend is getting a wire antenna, which is compatible with your radio. A few of them are the Sanjian ANT-60, that's SANGEAN, then space, ANT-60, or the CC shortwave real antenna. What that does is, alright, you get the radio by itself, and it has the standard, like just the metal radio antenna, which does a good job. However, the way shortwave is, antennas are an interesting thing, and sometimes a shortwave antenna doesn't need to look like a traditional antenna as you imagine it. A wire antenna is exactly that. It's a string of wire about 20 to 40 feet long that you can plug it into the radio or clip it onto the antenna, and that wire serves as an extension of the radio's antenna. So let me break it down to you this way. Imagine that you have a shortwave radio that has, just the standard metal rod antenna. Let's say that antenna is about 1.5 feet long. It does an okay job of picking up stations. You can get some of the strong ones, but some of the more distant stations fade in and out a bit and could be a little staticky. Now imagine if you take this 40-foot long wire antenna, and you plug that into the radio, and the antenna now is 40 feet long. And you take that wire, you feed it out the window, let's say, because this is how they work best. If you have a wire antenna, make sure you try, if you're able to, string it out the window, string it away from electrical interference. Alright, like in my case, I have a 40-foot long wire antenna. I took that thing, I feed it out the window, I walk it into the yard about 30 feet, just away from the house or anything. I clip it onto a tree branch. All of a sudden, now I just plug it into the radio, and the difference is incredible. I mean, if you do something like that, you get one of those wire antennas and you feed it away, feed it outside, connect it to something that, again, is just away from, just like on a tree branch or something outside, the reception is going to be incredible. Like with that antenna, all of a sudden, let's say I'm tuned into the Voice of America, transmitting, to Africa. On the regular telescopic antenna, reception might be okay, but kind of weak, fading in and out, not all that, decipherable. You can make out some of the words, but you can't really understand all of it. You plug in that wire antenna after it's all situated, and oh my gosh, it comes in clearly. I mean, it'll make that much of a difference. So that's why nowadays I advise listeners to, get a wire antenna. The other thing to be mindful of is that certain things may cause interference that can impede reception at times. For instance, I had this charger for my laptop, and the thing broke, the charger, so I replaced it. But this old charger, if you plugged it in, the interference it generated for the radio was incredible. All you would hear is this loud buzzing noise across every single frequency. I unplug that charger, and there's no interference anymore. One appliance like that can literally make a night and day difference. So if you do all of the above and you're having issues still, just start looking at electronic devices nearby that might be causing issues. It could be something like a phone charger, a laptop charger, a computer charger. It's chargers that have really given me the most issues in terms of interference. Kind of unrelated, this is in regards to AM radio listening, but there was one light that I had in the kitchen. Whenever it was on, AM radio listening would always be real difficult. I realized just by shutting this light off, oh yeah, now the AM band, I can listen to these distant stations on the AM just fine with no interference. So again, it could be things like certain lights, etc. Just play around and see if, turning certain things off makes a difference if you get a lot of static. And finally, if you're in North America, remember the main frequency for my broadcast is every Thursday, Friday, Saturday evening at the time of 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, that's 7 p.m. Mountain, 6 p.m. Pacific, on the frequency of 5850 kilohertz. That's 5.850 megahertz. It's in the 49-meter broadcast band. That is the frequency you want to be able to pick up. So remember, if you get a radio and it says what range of frequencies it covers, just look, okay, if this radio says it picks up the shortwave frequencies from 9,000 kilohertz to 30,000 kilohertz. My show is on 5,850 kilohertz. Does that radio cover it? No, it doesn't, because it's, below 9,000. Same thing, if you have a radio that's in megahertz, and it says, and it receives frequencies from 6 megahertz, again up to 30, just do the math and think, well, my broadcast is at 5.85, so no, it doesn't cover that. So just find, radios that cover the full shortwave spectrum. Again, I would recommend radios that maybe either have a range between 3,000 kilohertz and 30,000. Really any radio that covers frequencies above 3 megahertz or 3,000 kilohertz. Radios that cover the whole thing, from 1711 kilohertz. That does a good job too. So just make sure it just covers that frequency 5850. Because that's my broadcast. That's where you can hear my voice reliably, consistently, and with good reception likewise across North America. That's been my main frequency for years now, and there's a reason why it is, because it's a reliable frequency, and it has done me good, and it's done many listeners good as well. I have repeat broadcasts on other frequencies, but 5850 is the main one. That's what you want to hear. You're listening in to VORW International. If you found that radio discussion interesting, any inquiries or questions regarding shortwave radio can be sent to vorwinfo@gmail.com. So, originally tonight I was thinking about just responding to a number of emails and, as I do these shows in segments, just getting what I could, take care of it, then take a break and then do another segment. You know what? I'm just going to do the whole show right now. I marked down a bunch more emails and I'm just going to do it all and do the show. Let's just finish it right now. How about it? So, let's get into some more emails. We'll just get to all the ones I highlighted here. Jeff writes in, says, any chance you'll edit and re-release old shows from before the big purge? You had a show about switching careers that I quite enjoyed, recorded a month or so before the cutoff, from Jeff. I'm sorry to, this isn't going to be the answer that you want, but I'm confused by what you mean. I don't know of any sort of big purge as of late. I know last year YouTube went after me and I had to remove all the COVID-related stuff from the site. And then before that, going back to early 2019, I used to host the music shows on SoundCloud and I had to remove all of those. But I did take all the lectures from that and I syndicated as many as I could to YouTube. You could actually sort the VORW podcast channel by oldest first. Most of those oldest lectures and programs that you hear that are like 20 minutes long were originally in the shortwave broadcasts, and I just cut all the music out. So I'm not really sure what you mean in regards to that. So, if you're listening and would like to offer, because I'm just confused, I want to help you, but I'm just not really sure what this is in regards to, or I guess in regard to say it properly. So, just let me know if you're listening, if you could follow up and let me know what exactly you're talking about, and I'll try my best to help you out. So I'm sorry, Jeff, that I couldn't be of more immediate assistance. Next, we have an email from Aaron in Kansas City, Missouri. I sincerely hope this missive finds you well and warm in the aftermath of Cold-mageddon, as the meteorologists in my area decided to call this period of soul-chilling cold. Of course, in the aftermath of it, everyone on social media and TV rushed to blame this policy or that ideology for the power outages and response, because, of course, it has to be someone's fault. I like blaming politicians for things as much as the next keyboard warrior, but we have to learn that there are things bigger than our ability to plan for them. Of course, the southern areas don't have plans for this. If they were budgeting millions of dollars a year for snow removal, they'd be irresponsible financial planners in the same way Michigan would be if they had hurricane recovery funds. It's the same with the recent COVID unpleasantness. What could a government reasonably do to contain something like that? Nothing, really, unless they didn't care too much like things such as human rights or liberty. People need to calm down, in my opinion, and stop politicizing every last inch of reality. End rant. To interject, yeah, you told it like it is. I agree with you. If aliens showed up to Earth, I guarantee that some people would blame, let's say if the aliens were malevolent or whatnot. It would be Trump's fault, and it would be Biden's fault, and it would be because of the Democrats, it would be because of the globalists. No, it'd be because of those conservatives, etc. People, they like to blame things on some people. And look, sometimes there are things that are legitimately to blame. Sometimes the government really is their fault. But sometimes I think that, things do get politicized way too much. That's just what people do these days. I don't like it. I try not to participate, but it's how people are. The worst of it, though, is when people try to throw their political BS on things that aren't political at all. It's like, I've had times where people, look at what I just said, because I agreed with you about the over-politicization of things, which I'm just not a fan of. But, you have people that they read between the lines, they say, I think he's one of them. Now, you might be saying, well, what does that mean, one of them? It just means, this is how some people think. Someone who doesn't think exactly the way that you think, Oh no, I think he's one. That sounds like something one of them would say. And then they type their political rant. Yeah, well, guess what, I'm, insert political party. And I support insert political candidate. And you insert insults. And it just goes on and on. They take this BS and they apply it to things that it has no application toward. I think these people, they're just like online trolls. This is just all that they do. Ridiculous. Politics has its time and place. It's a very important thing. But sometimes things gets thrown in places that I don't really think it should be, Like you said, look, people can say all they want about Texas, and they'll say, it's the stupid Republicans down there for not preparing for this. People would blame them and make fun of them if they spent millions of dollars a year on snow removal. They'd say, it doesn't snow on Texas, you should be using this, and you could be putting it to help the people of your state instead. There's no winning. And I'm not just saying in terms of targeting Republicans. It happens to the left, it happens to the right, it happens to the center, sometimes justly, sometimes unjustly. In some cases, there's no win. It's a no-win situation. Now you continue. As for possible discussion topic, have you heard of or followed the discovery of the Tollense? That's Tollense, so that's how I'm going to pronounce it, but I apologize if it's incorrect. The Tollense battle site unearthed a few years ago. It is a truly massive battle fought in a remote area of northeastern Germany during the Bronze Age. What is mind-boggling is that no one had any idea that there were enough people living up there to support any sort of endeavor like this. Add to that the finding of Cretan arms and armor, proving trade ties previously unknown, and this site has completely overturned our understanding of the era. Who were these people? What were they fighting about? They could have been fighting elves or something for all we know. As always, thanks for your time and your show, from Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. I had heard of that, and then after reading your email, that actually inspired me to research it a little bit more. Yeah, the Talens Valley battlefield. Just to read the short excerpt, like you were saying, it's a Bronze Age archaeological site in the northern German state at the northern edge of the Mecklenburg Lake District. The site, discovered in 1996 and systematically excavated since 2007, extends along the valley of the Small Talens River to the east of Welzine village to the municipal territories of Borough and Werder. It says thousands of bone fragments belonging to many people have been discovered along with further corroborative evidence of battle. Current estimates indicate that perhaps 4,000 warriors from Central Europe fought in a battle on the site in the 13th century BC. As the population density was approximately 5 people per square kilometer, this would have been the most significant battle in Bronze Age Central Europe known so far, and it makes the Talens Valley currently the largest excavated and archaeologically verifiable battle site of this age in the world. I mean, it goes to show, I read up about this, and I thought it was incredibly cool. This massive battle was fought. There's so little history of the time, back then. Who were they fighting? What were they fighting over? Were any of those deaths really worth it in the end? What was it, what happened? It's crazy to think that such a large event like that was almost completely forgotten. All the way, it took the discovery of this ancient battlefield. I think that's really cool, and it makes you wonder, what was going on at the time to warrant such a large conflict? I think when you're talking about the past, especially that far back, there's so little that we still know about it, It comes down to sufficient documentation. And, I thought that was really interesting, so thanks for sharing it. Thomas writes in, I'm an avid listener of your podcast and viewer of your channel. I always love checking in with my favorite well-dressed Florida resident. I've noticed that in a lot of your talks about topics involving your life and or current events, you never sugarcoat the situation and you give your honest opinion even if it's more on the pessimistic side. Whenever I find myself struggling with problems in my life, the people around me often say one thing, to be positive. While I appreciate the sentiment, it has always annoyed me a bit. It's as if they're telling me to just pretend everything's all right when it's not. I think this is a surefire way to repress negative feelings and lead to a worse mental state long term. I was wondering, what are your thoughts on the concept of positivity? When is it appropriate to stay positive? And at what point do you have to start getting realistic? Best wishes in these trying times, from Thomas. Thank you, Thomas, for your email. Good question, by the way. Now, getting to the email, I'm not ashamed to say that this is something that fairly recently, I would be willing to say within the last maybe 3 years, I've actually changed my tune on as well. I've actually, not that I was one of those people that said, don't think about the problem, but I was, I think, more overtly positive than I am now. That's not to say that I'm not positive, but one thing that I think is very important is balance, and that's one thing that I've been promoting in broadcasts recently. I think that balance is important. You can't dwell overly on the negatives and let it completely consume you, but you can't just, drown yourself out with the positives and pretend the negatives don't exist. Neither of those things are good. I think that balance is important. Try to see look on the bright side when you can, but don't overlook the negatives either. That's why, sometimes it's alright to say that everything is not okay, that everything isn't going to be alright. Sometimes there's more truth to that, and it's better to just accept the hard truth about some things, and, rather than just drown yourself in the positives, and then when the hard truth really catches up, it'll hit you a lot worse. So that's why I try to have that balance. I understand, though, here's the thing. In the past, I think I had more of an emphasis on the positive than I did the negative. In the last year, I've had more of an emphasis on the negatives. And when I first started doing that, I lost a few listeners. I did, I think people, like, kind of what we're talking about here, only want to hear positive things all day, every day. And they were saying, I don't want to listen to you talk about negative things, so I'm going to go listen to something else. And I thought to myself, well, that's up to you. If you want to listen to something else that'll only give you the good news and nothing more, that's fine, There's things out there that certainly do just that. On this show, again, I try to balance everything out. You get some good, you get some bad, and just try to make of it what you will. Personally, in terms of that attitude, I know it might not make much sense, but I feel better just giving a rounded mix, Throw in some pessimism, throw in some optimism, stir it all together and we get what we get. I feel much better doing that than just saying one thing or the other. I've realized, how important balance is, and it's okay to just tell it like it is, and even if it's not good, even if it's not what maybe people would necessarily want to hear, it's okay to say that, and describe situations in that way. It's kind of liberating in a sense. I think that, in regards to some people, I think it's twofold, for two different reasons. But I think, number one, some people just say in terms of your problems, in terms of negative things, actually, I would say three things. Alright, number one, some people say just don't think about it, just think about something more positive, be positive, etc. Number one reason why some people say that is because they're lazy. They don't want to help you with any problem. They don't really want to help you out. They don't care. So, the easiest cop-out, now not to say that it's always a cop-out, sometimes saying be positive really does help, but just not really taking any regard to what you're going through and just saying, yeah, just be positive. That's one way of just kind of saying, just giving a little platitude and not having to deal with it anymore, hey, just be positive. That's one way that someone could say, I don't want to deal with it anymore, I don't want to deal with your problems, don't care enough to help out, or I don't really want to put forth the effort to, come up with anything better, so I'll just say that. Alright, that's one reason why some people do that. Another reason, selfishness. Some people, well, I want to be positive, I don't want your problems to bring down my mood, so just be positive, don't ruin my mood with your problems, you go deal with them yourself. And the third, in some cases, is that they know it's a legitimate problem, they know that maybe there's a solution, maybe there isn't, but they just don't want to think about it at the moment. Maybe they'll think about it another day or another time, but just not right now. It's just not the time and place for it. Resultantly, just drown it out with some other thoughts and, preoccupy yourself. Now, that's what I've been saying is in regards to the stuff where it's like, something serious is going on, etc. No one really gives you any answer, no one gives you any help. All they say is, oh, just smile, just be positive. Don't think about it, just be happy. The people who say that, do they even understand for a single second how impossible it is to just be happy? I don't understand. Sometimes I feel like there's people out there that have literally one emotion, and that's it. It's like, when you're going through some stuff, sometimes it's your own mind, sometimes it's the world, sometimes it's other people, and it brings you down. I know some of you listening, you know how it is. Has someone, when you feel that way, when you feel depressed, does someone telling you to be happy, does that ever help you once? Do you ever suddenly just suddenly this smile sprouts on your face and all the bad feelings just go away magically? Does that ever happen? It just bothers me when people say that, It's like, I don't even know if the people who say that sort of stuff are well-intentioned, but you know how tone-deaf that is? If I could be happy, I think I already would be. You don't need to say it. If I could just press a button and all of a sudden you're happy, that'd be great, but that's not natural. That's not human. We have emotions for a reason. Sometimes we can't let our emotions totally dictate everything. Like I said, there needs to be a balance between emotions and rational thought. But it all needs balance. You still need to have empathy. But it's like, you need some good, you need some bad. There does need to be happiness, but it needs to be all balanced out. That's my take, anyway. And sometimes, it is the case where it's like, you can get in a negative spiral. That stuff, it does happen. Take a little problem, but sometimes, anxiety can kind of run with it. And it's like, it's really just an insignificant problem, but your mind runs with it. You start obsessing over all the what-ifs. You start thinking, well, what if it does this? What if it does that? Oh, no, I really screwed up. They're going to kill me. This is going to be awful. I might lose my job. I might, you start fearing the worst. You start thinking what was really just a minor, insignificant little thing is the end of the world. It starts bringing you down. That's one of the cases where saying, well, just try to, like what I might even say in a circumstance like that is, well, look, try to be objective. Try to be objective, try to be rational, assess the situation, and I know, while our mind can get carried away with these negative scenarios, think of it this way, what are the odds that that'll really happen? Just know that it probably won't be that bad, that this negative outcome that we're kind of obsessing over might not really happen. And just know that it's not the end of the world, that it's okay, we'll get through it no matter what, it's alright. Now, in terms of saying that, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying something like that in a situation like that. So that's why I think that, yeah, it's circumstantial, but I've always had a problem too with the folks who are just like, just be happy. Don't think about the negatives. Don't think about the situation. Just be happy. It's just not natural. I think it's okay to balance it all out, and, that's my take on it. Alright, next email. Kyle writes in, fan from Canada. I've been watching your videos for almost a year now and enjoy them very much. Your knowledge, insight, and presentation are all great. My question is a bit of a personal one. So I'm not expecting to feel obligated to an answer. I'm diagnosed with Asperger's, autism spectrum disorder, and it's defined me for most of my life. From being criticized for what I wore in high school to obsessively spending time on my interests above any social interactions. I found a lot of similar stories from your end on the podcast, particularly the one about being an outcast, and I was genuinely curious if you are also on the spectrum. Thanks for doing what you do with the enthusiasm you bring. All the best, from Kyle. Well, thank you, Kyle, for your question. A genuine question. Now, as far as I know, I have never been formally diagnosed with autism or Asperger's or any of that. But if I am, I am. I don't care. What's that going to change? But no, I've never been diagnosed with any of that. I am all sorts of messed up, but I've never specifically been diagnosed with that. That's just the answer that I can offer to you. But like I said, what does it bother me if I am or am not? How's that going to change the way that I am right now? So I just don't care. I remember now it wasn't just a couple years ago, it was many years ago. Used to be bothered when people would call me autistic because that was a frequent insult used against me back in the day. But it doesn't bother me. I don't care. What? If I am, I am. If I'm not, I'm not. I already know what I am. So what does it matter? Thank you for your question. Next email comes in from Sophia, who writes, I hope this email finds you well. My name is Sophia, and I'm a big fan of the podcast and the YouTube channel. My mom got me one of your disappointment is immeasurable and my day's ruined shirts, and I love it. This is my first time writing into the show. I was a little unsure of what to say, but I thought I would give it a shot. Just a few questions I'd like to ask. Question 1. If COVID miraculously ended tonight, what would you do? Where would you go? I was thinking I wouldn't travel overseas. I just don't really have any desire to go overseas at the immediate moment. Although I would say in the future, if COVID disappeared and international travel were readily accessible, I would go to Japan at some point just for a trip. 2 places domestically. Las Vegas, Nevada, just go for a trip over there, go to Vegas. And number 2, a trip to Appalachia might be nice. Appalachia, Tennessee and whatnot, that would be nice. I'd love to go over to, it's funny, one of my biggest radio broadcasts is out of Nashville, with WNQM, the late night tune-in broadcast on Friday nights, or I guess it's Saturday morning, and on the shortwave WWCR, but I've never even been to Nashville. It's kind of funny. But, Tennessee, it's a state I'd like to visit. I was in Tennessee for a tiny bit once, many, many years ago, so I'd like to go to Tennessee, visit Nashville. I'd stop by the station, say hi to everyone over there at WWCR and WNQM. I'd go and tour the station. I'd like to look at the transmitters and the towers and stuff and see the city, etc. So those are just 2 things right now that I'm just thinking of. You also have a question, have you had any interesting dreams lately? Thank you for your time and keep up the great work. Yeah, I had a dream the other night that it was like, you ever get one of those dreams, you're sitting there, and it's kind of realistic, but it's kind of messed up, and you're just thinking to yourself, why did I even dream this, On what grounds did this dream... Well, why? Why did I even dream this? You ever have one of those dreams? Because the other day, I had a dream that I was sitting by the window looking out at the street, which is actually something that I was doing the other day. It was a very realistic dream. And I was looking out, and I saw one of my neighbors going for a walk. He was in the middle of the road walking, and then he got hit by a car. That was the dream. That was it. What a dream. Why? Why did I even dream that? I have no animosity towards this. I don't even know this person. I have no problem with them. So why did I dream it? I have no ill will toward them. I don't know. It was a strange dream. Another dream that I had recently, just a mundane dream. I had a dream I went to some, I don't know if it was like a thrift store or a church or something, but they were taking a clothing drive. And I guess I had some old suits that just didn't fit anymore, like stuff from when I was a kid. There's no possible way I could ever salvage this clothing. There's nothing there that I could wear, it's like, for like little kids, clothing. And I had like 5 suits that I was going to donate to this organization that, maybe they could help the needy or something, I don't know. But somehow in my dream, when I went there, the clothing that I brought with me were actually 5 of my suits that fit me right now, that I like and wear very regularly, like my 5 favorite suits. I somehow grabbed that by accident instead of the 5 suits from when I was a little child. Like, how can you even make that mistake? But somehow I did. But I didn't realize it until I was already at the counter there, getting ready to donate these suits. And I felt like all of a sudden I started feeling really bad. Like, Ryan, this feels like a real scummy thing to do now. You know, you see these nice suits that they think I'm going to be donating, and no, I'm just going to be taking them and leaving with them and bringing in these kids' suits. I felt like, oh gosh, this is a real scummy thing to do, it feels like, but this is my mistake. You know, I grabbed the wrong suits, I got myself into this, so now I have to leave and get the other ones and bring those back, and I felt bad about that. So that was just a dream that I had there, too. Silly and mundane. Those are just 2 dreams that I had recently that just came to mind. So, Sophia, thank you for writing in. Great to hear from you. And, oh, by the way, I hope the merchandise is nice, by the way. That's a question I always like asking everyone who gets any merchandise. I hope it is of good quality. Our next email comes in from Marcus. Happy anniversary and congratulations on your 10 years on YouTube. I've been a viewer for over half the total time and absolutely love the podcasts on Spotify, including the reviews of food and drink, but wanted to write in with a few questions and comments. Question 1. In your last podcast, you talk about shoveling snow, and I was surprised to hear this, as I thought you were still in the Florida area. I must be out of the loop, but did you move recently? Glad you enjoy the snow. As a Colorado native, I love snow myself, and I'm happy whenever it comes. Well, to answer the first question, no, I didn't move. I still am a Florida man, but I do visit the North from time to time, you know, and that's all that there is to it. I'm just temporarily in a colder climate, and I'll be back in warmer climate soon. But needless to say, the snow, I mean, I like the snow. I think, though, in part, it's because I haven't really... Because you have to remember, I spent most of my life up north. I wasn't born and raised in Florida. But, you know, it's been a number of years since I witnessed a substantial snowstorm. So, I suppose it's just the absence of snow kind of rekindled my, my enjoyment of it. I used to not really like the snow all that much, but wow. It's fun. I even like shoveling the snow. I really do. I like going out there, even if it's 20 degrees, and shoveling the snow. It's fun. It's fun. It's kind of like you're playing with the snow, but not really. But I don't know, there's something about it. I like doing it. You know, it's a good workout, too. It's one of the best workouts you can get. I mean, just, never lift with your back. Lift, with your legs. You have to, don't bend over and, kind of squat down a little bit to properly lift the snow. I enjoy it, though. As I said, it's a good workout. But no, that's all there is to it there. You should have seen all the comments that came in when I did that review, when I went outside in the snow and did it. And drank the, what was that? The, Shamrock Shake. All the comments there about the snow, it was funny. I thought it was funny anyway. On the Shortwave broadcast, I covered that a bit, in a bit more detail. Second question. I just wanted to follow up with the requests to do live shows and such. Do you do any live shows on YouTube? I know that there is an audience that likes to see people while they talk, myself included, but I'm sure there is an audience that would love to have the podcast be in video form as well, but I understand that you record in segments and edit it throughout the week. This may be a way for you to be on camera without necessarily having to perform, as you said in your last video. And lastly, have you completely voided the possibility of live streams in the future? Perhaps if there was a topic or video you wanted to make that you figured YouTube wouldn't be offended by, you could schedule a stream as you see it fit. Again, congratulations on the 10 years, and here's to 10 more from Marcus. Thank you, Marcus. I mean, I'll take the loss. I'll take the loss, in terms of live shows and not doing them. Look, I might be missing out on thousands of extra dollars. I'll take the loss. To me, it's not worth it. I mean, that's just... When I say that I always feel bad at the end of it, I mean it to the point I'm willing to take that loss. Willing to take, hey, maybe it would lead to an increase in listeners to this show. I'll take the loss. It would mean more donations. I'll take the loss there too. That's, how serious I am about not really wanting to do them. Now, I won't go as far as to saying I'll never do another one, but there's a reason why I haven't done a live stream since 2019. That's all that I'll say there. But I still have a webcam. I still could do one if I want to, but I just can't say that there will be one anytime soon. It's just, it's very taxing to the point where I would just prefer not to do them at all. But again, I can't say I'll never do a live stream again. Maybe I will. Who's to say? It's just not something that's really for me, I guess. But I won't say no to it at all. But, it's just what it comes down to. Again, doing the podcast in video form, I actually tried that. You could actually go back to let's see, I guess 2019, and I filmed a couple clips of it. But I noticed, number one, it actually affected my own delivery of the podcast. Somehow, whenever the camera's on, all of a sudden I get less relaxed, and I feel like I have to perform more than just talk. And it changes something. So I just don't really think you're getting as authentic an experience if the camera's running, number one. Number two, I've actually noticed that after setting it all up and doing that and having the change in presentation and delivery that I can't help, you don't really notice any difference in analytics. A lot of people, they say, well, I'd like to see you. But then when I actually do it and they see me, there doesn't really seem to be any uptick in views. So, what's the point? People, they request it, and then no one watches it. So, I say, well, just forget it, just do what you want to do, and audio only, that seems to work satisfactorily. So that's what we have there. But again, live streams, unlikely, but I can't say that it'll never happen. Thank you, Marcus, once again. Oh, let me check the time right now. I have a broadcast going out right now, I think. Let me, one of my European broadcasts. Let's look right now. How about we, I do this sometimes. I want to make sure it's airing as it's supposed to. It's on 6070. So let's see. Boy, reception is terrible today. Look at that, it's god-awful reception over there in the Netherlands. Yeah, just dreadful quality. But usually it's better than that, so... Oh well. Let's check a few online receivers and let's see if anyone else in Europe is able to hear this broadcast. This airing of the show goes out Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on 6070 kilohertz. Transmitted from a station in Germany with 10 kilowatts. I wish the transmitter power was higher. I don't think a ton of people can really hear this airing, but at least it's something that someone in Europe is able to hear a little bit, but I wish, honestly, the transmitter power were 100 kilowatts instead of just 10, because you heard the thing was so riddled with static, I doubt anyone in the Netherlands is listening to this airing right now. But, well, this receiver in the Upper Bavarian Forest, this is better reception. Playing some music there. Says reception is S9 plus 10, which again it's good quality. Decent signal. Let's go over to Black Forest of Germany on the other side of the country, and we'll try one of these online receivers up north. Go over to Hamburg, see how reception is over there. Yeah, reception seems mixed today. Hopefully someone there will tune in. It's not the best relay, but, again, it gets a signal out, and something's better than nothing, I guess. It's what I can afford. At least the broadcast is going out, which is good to see. Let's go to another email. We've got... Dave writes in, he says, John, I'm pretty sure I've heard you say the DiGiorno stuffed crust pepperoni pizza was your favorite from them. That had to be one of the worst frozen pies I've ever had. From the sauce to the bland cheese, crust, and the insanely thin middle. Just letting you know, old 99-cent Tostinos are better in my opinion. From Dave. So thank you, Dave, for your dissent there. Yeah, the stuffed crust pizza from DiGiorno, that's my favorite pizza from DiGiorno. It's not my favorite pizza, it's far from it. I don't like DiGiorno much to begin with at all. So, look, consider that, and then consider that that's my favorite from the entire place. That says something about them. I'm much more of a bruschetta consumer myself, and it's not the best pizza. I think I like it, I guess, a little more than you do. But, yeah, it just wasn't... I'm not a huge DiGiorno fan. A lot of people like it, but I'm not a big fan of it. We've got, Brandon writes in, says, hello, review bra. I came across this image of a Starbucks water and wondered if you could weigh in. I wasn't aware you can get mix-ins with your water at Starbucks. Do you prefer your water with or without wasps? For those of you watching this on YouTube, you can look at the video. It evidently is just that. It's a cup of water from the Starbucks. It's a verifiable Starbucks cup of water. And, it says a cup of water, no ice, and 4 wasps. And, indeed, there are 4 wasps in the cup. So, normally I get it without the wasps. But I know that has been a trend lately, that it has been taking off. A lot of times... I'm still not totally there yet, but a lot of people, they say, you try to eat the bugs, and I know that that's sort of been a thing that I've seen some people promote, but like I said, most of the time, I can't get there yet. I look at the wasps. Now, the other day, I went to Starbucks, I got the vanilla latte, and I got my regular waters. I saw, though, the person in front of me in the drive-thru, they handed over the cup, and I saw that thing must have had like 8 wasps. With the water, though, they were floating on the top. And you pay attention, sometimes they blend in, especially with the ice cubes, but you look and you'll see them here and there. Like, this is one of those secret menu items that not everyone knows about, but more people are starting to catch on. There was one day, though, I think it was back in October of last year, 2020, and I remember... because I had read, I think the night before, they were saying that wasps can kind of be like an energy food, because you think about wasps, they really do, they pester you, they fly around, they seem to be incessant, they never go away. So someone was saying that if you eat the wasps, that it kind of gives you a little bit of energy. So I did get a drink of water from them with 2 wasps in it. I didn't go 4, just can't go that far yet, but I went with 2. And I let them soak up the water a little bit so they were bloated. And then, I just popped one in my mouth and I crunched down on it. And it didn't do anything to me. It was disgusting, actually. But I did try the wasps from Starbucks. I did try it once. Don't think I'll do it again, though. but I guess it's not for everyone. Some people like it, some people don't. Didn't give me any energy, though. So, Brandon, thank you for your email. Yeah, most of the time I don't get the wasps with my Starbucks water. But again, I see an increasing number of people getting the wasps. This is a comment coming in from an anonymous listener. Hey bro, just wanted to say that you've really opened my eyes. Over the last few years I've been a dick to a few people, sometimes not considering how they've felt about things. I've made fun of them, or straight up being an asshole. Ever since I went into lockdown, I've had some self-reflection and realized that that's not the way to be. My granddad told me something that got in my head. You should always be nice to people. There's no point in going around and being horrible. And that really stuck with me. I had to think about all the stuff that I've done. I've become friends with some of the people I was nasty to, and I'm much happier. Then, to go even further, after hearing about people being nasty about your YouTube channel and your recent podcast, I thought I shouldn't make fun of people or try to make videos or something along the lines of that. I should let people enjoy what they enjoy. So thanks a load, although you probably didn't realize you were helping. So thank you. Thank you for, it really means a lot to me. Look, I know none of us are perfect. None of us are, saintly, pious individuals, and anyone who tries to pretend that, they are the most moral person in the world is, no one's perfect. We all have our faults. We all make mistakes. We all say and do things we wish we didn't and wish we could take back. But despite that, I think one thing that separates, the wheat from the tares, as the saying goes, is the act of being remorseful and learning from your mistakes, realizing that, I was mean here, I was a jerk, I was I wish I didn't say these things, and I'm going to try to be a better person going forward. That's one of the most important things you can do, because we all make mistakes. And, there's different types of mistakes. There's different levels of severity. Sometimes I think these days some people are too, it all depends. Every situation's different. I think in some cases some people are too cruel on others for making mistakes. I think, instead of looking necessarily at the mistake that was made exclusively, look at how the person's behavior is subsequently. You have people who have done stupid things in the past, but, they realize they screwed up and they try to be better and they really, truly learn. And, there really is an improvement. There are other folks who do stupid things. They sit there, they, give the platitudes, they say they're sorry, and their behavior is no different. They go on, they're not a different person, they do the exact same stuff again and again and again. They're obviously not remorseful, they don't care. But, there's a big difference between those sorts of individuals. So, good on you. As I said, I think we've all done stupid things, but the fact that, you kind of looked back, you reflected, you saw that, I know I don't know you, but I'm really proud of you. That I think is it's an achievement, and believe me, there are some people I think who go their entire life without ever doing that. So, very nicely done. Thank you for writing in. A short question coming in from Matt, who says, what do you think of the relevance of teaching history in the modern society? Some argue it's unneeded as it's unchangeable, while some argue that it's incredibly important. It would be interesting to hear your thoughts on this as someone very interested in history myself. History is my favorite subject, so I think you know what answer I'm going to give. I think it's extremely important. I think it should most certainly be taught, and it's crucial. It's crucial. We were just talking about mistakes and learning from mistakes, etc. We should look back at our history. We could learn a few things. We could learn things, that we've gone wrong, mistakes that were made that we can, learn from. Remember the saying, those who don't know history are destined to repeat it. I think there's a lot of truth to it. History is very important. There's so much we can learn from it, so much to look back on, so much to reflect on. I think there are ways that history can be made interesting. To me, it is fascinating. It's, again, the most enjoyable subject to me. Again, I think it's very important. Look back, see how we've progressed, see in ways how we've regressed. And I think everyone should be versed, at least in the major points of history. Yeah, it's very important. So I certainly think it should be taught. If anything, it should be taught more than it is. Next email comes in from Kyle in Washington State. During the last show, I couldn't help but take notice of the discussion about insomnia and just how severely it can affect the amount of hours you are awake for. I've been struggling with insomnia since my early teen years, and I am 26 now. However, beyond the base sleeplessness, it's not uncommon for me to get severe panic alongside the insomnia itself. I apologize if this is a repeating topic from a previous show, but I wanted to ask what sort of advice you would give a fellow insomniac. My biggest curiosity is how you deal with being awake for 40-plus hours. I, too, have been unfortunately forced awake for near that amount of time on multiple instances, and my default instinct is to start panicking. The panic seems to kick in beyond my control once I've been awake for 24-plus hours, and the key thing that I seem to always forget is that I'm not alone in this struggle. Somehow it's very reassuring and even calming for me to hear others talk about their issues with sleep. On an off-topic note, I'd like to give my belated congratulations on the anniversary for your 10 years on YouTube. Honestly, I can't remember how long I've been watching you for. I would guess I subscribed around 2017. Your videos always fill me with a sense of calm and positivity, and I look forward to all the types of content you produce. Actually, though the food reviews are how I remember finding your channel, my favorite content of yours is the VORW podcast. Looking forward to many more. Thank you, Kyle. Let me take a sip of water real quick. There we go. So, in regards to insomnia, I know it's no fun. I know it's dreadful. Well, how do I deal with staying up for 40 hours? It's tough. Because one thing that I recently started trying to do is saying to myself, well, if you can't fall asleep, don't even try. Don't even try. Just get up and just stay up. You'll have to fall asleep again at some point. Your body will force yourself to. So that's what kind of led me to staying up for 40 hours that one time. Because I said, you know what, I'm not going to bother laying here anymore. I can't fall back asleep. Just get up. Get up, get the computer on, and whatever, either respond to emails, do some recording work, or sit there and play RuneScape if you want, Just do something. Eventually I do fall asleep. I remember one time I kind of did have, some panic and whatnot. It was from a time where I was sitting there, couldn't fall asleep, I was up for 24 hours. All of a sudden my mind started going in this loop, and I was just starting to think, well, what if I'm not able to fall asleep? What if, and it started giving me this anxiety and this panic, and obviously I wasn't able to fall asleep after that. And it started really getting to me. The one thing that I say to myself, because it is true, nowadays, it helps a little bit. I don't know how much it'll really help anyone else. But sometimes when I'm up and I can't fall asleep, I just say to myself, well, it might not be right now, but you are going to have to fall asleep at some point. Sleep will come. When? Yeah, we don't know, right? But it will happen. you will fall asleep at some point. Then I think about it, well, yeah, I guess you're right, it might not be right now. I mean, maybe I wish I could fall asleep now. It would be nice if I did, but that's true. I guess I will fall asleep at some point. Well, sure enough, eventually, by the time it was 40 hours, I did fall asleep. I managed to get some rest. But trying to have that attitude that, it's like, oh my god, I can't fall asleep. I can't, god, just let me fall asleep. Come on, I gotta fall asleep, Your mind starts racing, you start getting frustrated, you're tossing, you're turning. Yeah. Look, you're not gonna fall asleep. So I try to just combat that. Instead of getting frustrated, I say, alright, just get up, go do something, read, listen to music, watch a movie, again, whatever it is. Kill the time. You'll fall asleep at some point. Again, might not be when you want to, but you'll eventually rest. Just hang in there in the meantime, and find something to make the passage of time a little more worthwhile than frustratingly rolling around under the sheets. And that seems to work a little bit for me, but again, that's what works for me. It might not work for you. I would advise you, I think you found what works when the panic happens, realizing you're not alone in this. So by all means, next time that happens, I know that there are plenty of resources online. I'm sure there are communities and groups and podcasts and videos and stuff you could listen to. People, they share their story, they share their tips, they talk about it. I would just say, embrace that and keep it up. That's something that works for you. So just keep pressing on, Keep pressing on, because it's clear that that's what helps in your case. So best of luck, Kyle. I hope the insomnia gets better. I know that hopefully it doesn't get any worse, and we're just able to navigate through it as best we can, right? Josie in Birmingham, England, writes in next. So I've just thought of this question while listening to your most recent podcast. Happy 10-year anniversary, by the way. So proud of you and how far you've come. To interject, well, thank you so much for your kind words. Yeah, I can't believe it's been 10 years either. To get to your question, I'm curious, in your whole time of listening to radio, what is the weirdest thing you've come across while listening, if any? Could be something weird that people were talking about, strange music, anything. I think stuff like that is quite fascinating for some reason. Hope all is well, Josie in Birmingham, England. So thank you, Josie. Now, I don't know if these are, the strangest things that I've heard, but just a few things that come to mind. In terms of international broadcasts, the weirdest ones that I've heard, well, number one, just, I can't go without saying this, the Voice of Korea from North Korea is always a fascinating broadcast, because that's, probably the most hardcore propaganda you'll ever hear. It's kind of just amusing, but that's just on a side note. To tell you the truth, I'll sometimes listen to the North Korean radio for their music. Some of the North Korean music is actually pretty good. It's, kind of orchestral and easy listening, and it's actually pretty decent, It's not that bad. It's not just like, communist marching music or something all the time. It's actually some pretty good stuff here and there, but international broadcast-wise, there's two things that I could think of right now easily that are strange. There's one broadcast that I think is still on the air. I don't think it's on the air as much as it used to be. It's a religious broadcast, although I don't really know if anyone actually gets anything out of this. It's called the Full Gospel Hour, which I know the name doesn't really, you'd say the Full Gospel Hour, it doesn't sound all that weird, like do they play gospel music, or, do they read from the Gospels? I mean, what's there to it? I don't really know why it's even named that, to tell you the truth, because the broadcast, it's 30 minutes long. I think the guy does a new one every single day. And he just preaches a little bit, and then he just screams incoherently. And I'm not saying like yelling, I'm talking full-blown, top of your lungs, just screaming. And sometimes he'll like accentuate a word, and he'll just belt it out, top of, just like to the point of incoherent screaming. Other times he'll just scream, and he'll do that like every maybe 15 seconds or so for a half hour, day after day after day after day. How this guy manages to do it, I have no idea. Because I know it's just like my lungs would be, I don't know, how does he not tear his vocal cords like from screaming like that day after day? Or has he and he just doesn't care? I don't know. So if you want an example, I mean, you can just go on YouTube and search Full Gospel Hour Shortwave, and click on any of them pretty much, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. You know what? I'll play a little bit of this recording here that I found on YouTube. It's not going to be very loud. You'll just be able to hear him in the background. This is, I guess he was on WWCR.
Broadcasting Christian talk worldwide, 24 hours a day, through 10 different frequencies. This is Worldwide Christian Radio, WWCR, Nashville, Tennessee, USA. This is the Full Gospel Hour broadcast. Thank you for tuning in. Number 13. 36 people. They served in that generation, friend. They had concubines. Multiple wives and more here for divorce.
Alright, enough of that. I can't. For a half hour. Every single day. Number one, how does he even get the money to pay all these airtime bills to do that? I don't know. Number two, is there a group of people that actually can decipher that and seriously listens to that? And number three, how are his vocal cords not all torn and blown out? I have no idea, but that's just a strange one. I have no answers to that. I don't know who this guy is, but yeah, he's certainly well known by some listeners. There's another broadcast that I think is religious, that I think comes on like once a day, and it's just piano music and people just moaning, and it sounds like a group of zombies or something, and they say it's like a praise hour, but, it's this kind of, that one's kind of creepy. It kind of gives, like those Jonestown type vibes. Another really strange broadcast that I remember was this one that was called the Backwards Music Station. It was considered an oddity, and I heard it back in 2013 and I think early 2014. I never heard it since then, but that was a station that was known of at least since the 90s, and there were various theories as to what it was, but it didn't really just play backwards music. It just played, I don't know, very discordant sounding noise, and no one ever figured out what it was or what its purpose was or why it existed or what it was for. It would just random times, random frequencies, play this random noise for no discernible reason. No one knows what it was or why. I mean, some people have theories, but no one actually thinks that this was like a numbers station or a coded broadcast. Just no one's really sure why this existed. But again, there were recordings of it going all the way back, I think, to the 90s. And again, it existed at least up until 2013, 2014, I heard it myself and even took a recording of it in late 2013. It's creepy. It's a creepy sound. But who knows what it was, really? I haven't heard it in years, but I'm not going to play it on this broadcast because I think it's just too loud, and I know, even though, shouldn't really, yeah, I can't. I know people fall asleep to this show. I don't want to wake anyone up. I know I shouldn't really change how I do my own show, but you can look it up. One recording I recommend that, well, you can just look it up. XM, that doesn't actually stand for satellite. I'll explain another day why it's called XM. That'll be for another day, because, boy, I could go on and on for... I could probably spend 45 minutes as to why it's called that and what those abbreviations are. Why... In terms of number stations and oddities, some are called... you have E10, you have SO6, SO6S, XM, VO2, HM01. What does all this stuff mean? What does it stand for? God, I could talk for an hour about that. I'll save that lecture for another day, but just accept the fact that this is called XM for some reason. And you can just search on YouTube, XM backwards music station, and just go through a couple of the recordings. You'll see that every single one is different, and it sounds a little different every time, but it's still got similar qualities, but no one's ever figured out what it is or why. And, yeah, just that was one of the weirder ones, definitely. Because there's just no good explanation for that. One thing that I remember was it was weird. It was also unique in a sense, but I think it was in 2014. I think it was definitely 2014, back when, kind of creepy when you think about it too, but back in 2014, I think, when, the militant groups like ISIS were kind of reaching their peak in terms of, size and territorial control, in Iraq and Syria. Most of the time, and I'm ashamed I know this, but most of the time, the militants like ISIS, they did not use shortwave to communicate for the most part. They mostly just used, standard walkie-talkies and VHF radios. They did actually have a radio station, which was mostly on FM, but a few of them did use, shortwave from time to time. Some of the vehicles that they, commandeered, like from the Iraqi military, some of the bases that they raided, etc., did have some, two-way communications, ham radios, handhelds, etc., but very rarely did they ever actually use shortwave. They mostly used other means of communication. But once, again in 2014, at some point, while all of that was really going on, and again when they were very prevalent in the Middle East, the one online shortwave radio that I used in the Netherlands, obviously being closer to the Middle East, picked up more signals from over there. I remember there was one day the conditions were good, and, one frequency in the middle of nowhere, all of a sudden you started getting all these communications in Arabic. There were must have been like a dozen people kind of talking over each other. I remember there was one person who was playing I think it was a nasheed, kind of in the background, and I remember we were trying to figure out what exactly they were saying. There was one person who did speak Arabic, because there were a number of people that used that site at the time, was kind of able to, decipher a bit of it. And it was communications from, again, I don't know if it was ISIS, but one of those militant groups. Certainly was no government, with those communications, but it was either, some sort of militia, or, maybe extremist, I don't know, but certainly interesting to think the odds, again, when you kind of piece things together and you realize what was going on at the time. I think that was around, after the fall of Mosul as well, when, massive resources from the Iraqi army fell into the hands of ISIS. So, I don't know, maybe it was a bunch of them just kind of, playing around with some new radios that they got and were, doing that. I don't know. I just remember that too. That was certainly a unique thing that I heard. I mean, with radio, it's one of those things. A lot of the time you can scan around, you could listen, you'll hear some strange stuff every day, but you might not hear anything outright crazy, but you listen enough, you scan around enough, you spend enough time tuning around, you'll hear some weird things. That's a guarantee. I guarantee. Now, if anyone does any radio listening and you hear a signal that you're not really sure what it is, I can't say that I'll be able to tell. But hey, send me a recording, I'll analyze it, and I'll see if I could let you know at least at the basic level what you're hearing. There was one listener who wrote in the other day who actually had that question. He had an old radio, he was scanning around, he heard these strange noises, so he took a video of it, sent it to me, and I figured out that he was tuned into one of the amateur radio bands, and was listening to Morse code from, several people sending it at the same time. So with several streams of the Morse code transmissions simultaneously occurring, which led to like a strange sound that couldn't really be identifiable as Morse code, and that's what it wound up being. So, I'm happy to listen in and see if I could figure out what it is, but there are cases where there's these strange noises, and, well, who knows what they are. So there is some interesting stuff out there. A good question. Thank you for writing in, Josie. That's certainly something that I could talk about for an extended period of time. This is VORW International. Next up is an email from listener in Malaysia. Good morning, afternoon, evening, or night, Mr. Review Bra. Now, to interject, you had two questions. In regards to your first question, I'm just going to provide an off-air written response for you. Your second question, though, are you a fan of chess? Do you play it sometimes? I've always thought humans will not be defeated by artificial intelligence, but I was wrong. Humans get absolutely freaking destroyed when it comes to chess. The strongest chess AI engines in the world are Stockfish, Artificial, and AlphaZero by Google's subsidiary called DeepMind. The strongest human chess players in the world clock in at around 2700 and 2800 rating. When you're above 2500 rating, almost every single point counts. Meanwhile, these chess engines have somewhere around 3600 rating. My guess is that if you took a grandmaster in chess and paired them against the robots in 100 million chess games, they probably still wouldn't win a game. Thanks for using your time to read the email. Have a nice day. Well, thank you. Yeah, chess. I like chess. Not that I'm all that good at it, but I certainly enjoy playing chess. I find it an enjoyable game. I think it's it's not for everyone. I've really been into chess a lot of my life. But I like it. It's a game that, you have to put some serious thought and strategy into. You have to consider every move, you have to think, well... Yeah, it's just a lot of fun. I even played a game of chess against the computer. I think it was earlier tonight. Yeah, it's a fun game to do. I like it. I've always enjoyed it, and as I said, I'm not any good at it, but I enjoy playing it for the fun of it, not for any competition or reward or clout. But chess, as well, though it is a game of strategy, I'm not surprised, that the AI can beat people. I mean, unfortunately, I think that while the human brain is marvelous and an incredible thing, it most certainly does have its limits, which can be surpassed by artificial intelligence. Just the computations and the capabilities that it has, etc. It's just, it's unrivaled. What can you say? So I'm not surprised, but certainly interesting, and I know AI and its advancement, it's really come a long way. Like, I wonder if 10, 15 years ago, the statistics would be that, if someone could still beat like that sort of advanced AI in terms of chess and when it kind of made these leaps, so to speak. So very interesting, though. It's a fun game, though. I would be completely destroyed by the AI if I ever went up against one of those, I'm talking about in terms of chess. But fun to think about still. So thanks for your email. We have a short comment from Mina, who says, I listened to the radio show that was on earlier. Congratulations for your channel's 10-year anniversary. Although it's only been a little over half a year since I've started watching your videos and listening to the radio/podcast, you've already played a big role in making my days better, so thank you so much. Kind regards from Mina. Thank you, Mina, for your email. I know you're a regular podcast and also radio listener. I know you catch a number of the radio broadcasts as well. So thank you for tuning in on all the mediums, and thank you for your support and kind words. It's nice to have you listening in. We have a short email from Thomas in Alberta, Canada. Excellent to hear your voice weekly for a good while now. After a personal crisis in 2019, I successfully studied, passed the requisite exams, and applied to medical school for 2021. Last week I got the good news that I will be interviewing for the class of 2021 in March. I hope to do well in the interview and receive an invitation. Your candor and formality has been a helpful inspiration in my prep. I've been working to slow down my speech and talk clearly in response to questions, and it was going well so far. All the best from Thomas in Alberta. Well, thank you, Thomas, and congratulations, my friend. I'm glad to hear that that you've been, that things are just going nicely for you. I hope the interview goes well. I hope you get accepted. And I just really hope everything works out nicely for you. So thank you for your kind words. Wow, my goodness, this has turned out to be quite a long show, hasn't it? Alright, so I think we're nearing the end of the broadcast today. There's plenty more emails, but I just want to read a few last ones. And then anything we don't get to today, of course, with whatever new correspondence comes in, we'll try to, get to in the next one. Alright, this next email comes in, if it'll open. Let's try this again. Here we go. Comes in from Jody, who says, will a time come when you just completely melee the wed review industry? In theory, I think it's a good idea to plan because Virginia is the first southern state to soon legalize in July. Oh, I think you mean weed, if it said wed, like Wednesday, the abbreviation there too. But, weed, okay. Oh, you want me to do weed reviews? Well, thank you for the idea. I just don't partake in cannabis, if that's up to you, but that's just not for me. So, I think as much as some people listening would like to see that, I just don't think that'll happen anytime soon. Again, it's just not for me. But thank you for the idea. We have... Oh, this one, okay, this is just an advertising inquiry. I misread it. Alright. Let's do that. Erica writes in, I know that I'm late to the party, but I'm a huge fan. I just got into your content, and I'm loving the journey. Great content. I'm writing to you about the Pickle Lids. I have to know, why do you hate them? If this topic is too sensitive, say no more. I will back off, thank you. Well, thank you, Erica, for your kind words, and glad you're a big fan. Yeah, the Pickle Lids, well... Alright, I'll tell the story. This wasn't one of those things. I think, you see, people are going to assume something that isn't. They're going to say, oh, you don't like the Pickle Lids, simply because they're a pain to open, and that's just what it comes down to. But no, that's not the case. Yeah, the Pickle Lids can be a little iffy at times. Most of the time you just apply the pressure, you twist. If that doesn't work, get a towel or something, and, just grab it through that, and you'll be fine. Most of the time. But that's actually not where my disdain thereof comes from. It actually is it's deeper than that. You have to go back to early 2014. I think it was probably early March of 2014, so about 7 years ago, maybe even to the day. Now, you have to remember that, back then in 2014, now I still do, but I would really take night walks very frequently. I still like taking night walks. It's enjoyable, I like the solitude, and it's good exercise too. And you don't have to worry about getting burnt up by the sun or anything. I remember it was one night, it was a fairly chilly night, but it wasn't cold, like how it is during the deep freeze. So I needed a light jacket, well not even, I think I had a windbreaker and then a sweater on underneath that, but that was good enough for me, some gloves too, and some warm socks, and I was okay. You're moving, you stay warm that way, it's all good. So I was going down, a street. It was pretty far from the house, and it was all quiet. It was just a long road, kind of dimly lit by what streetlights there were. No traffic, no people. It didn't sound like there was anything. This is a street that I had walked many times before in the past. This is, and you're very familiar with it. Once you walk a certain area long enough, it's like you know it. You know all the places, the sights, the sounds and the smells and everything. You're just very familiar with it. I felt safe and comfortable there, so I was walking down as usual and just kind of taking it in. I was mostly just looking ahead and kind of looking down the road a bit, taking in the scene, etc. And I remember, as I was about halfway down this street, to the left was this long driveway, just extending off to kind of into the woods, and to the right was just like a thick tree line. And as I was walking, again, this was 2 a.m., so there was no one there, I started hearing this metallic rustling. And it was in the distance, but it was something that I'd never heard before, at least in that area. It sounded almost like a tin can blowing in the wind. And I wasn't really thinking much of it. It was just something that, again, I'd never really heard there before. And it was coming from that driveway. And I wasn't thinking much of it. I thought, again, maybe it's some litter blowing around, etc. So I kept walking. Again, as I passed by that driveway, it sounded a bit clearer. It was definitely coming from that driveway, and it was like there was something rolling around over there. I walked past it. I was going up the street a bit, and I heard the sound almost getting louder and faster. And again, it wasn't something that was necessarily a cause for alarm at that point. You're just thinking to yourself, well, what is that exactly? What's going on here? I always try to be adept at monitoring my surroundings, so I gaze back at that driveway, which I've now have a little distance from, and that's when I see it. This lid from a pickle jar, it's on its side, so think of it as though it's almost like a wheel. And this thing is rolling. It has some serious speed to it. The damn thing rolls out the driveway, into the road, does almost like a 90-degree turn, and it just starts coming straight to me. Now, I'm thinking to myself, first and foremost, number one, what the F is going on here? Did someone, roll this thing? Are they messing with me? What's going on? So I'm looking. It starts coming straight at me. That's when I realize, well, wait a minute. This thing seems to be propelling itself. Maybe it's remote controlled or something, but it just looks like the lid to some pickle jar, and it's heading my way. Well, sure enough, I'm ready to jump. I think that this thing is gonna try to hit my feet or something. But it pulls up parallel to me and then slows down to my walking speed. In amazement, I'm looking at this thing when all of a sudden, and I don't know how it did this, it must have had a mouth on it somewhere, it starts talking to me. It says, "You're the report of the week, aren't you?" Now, I was amazed because I had no idea that Pickle Lids actually had the ability to enunciate, first and foremost. Secondly, at that time, my YouTube channel, it maybe had 15,000 subscribers, so it wasn't It had a little following, but it wasn't huge, and I hadn't really been recognized by anyone since 2013. So the fact that, number one, this Pickle Lid is talking to me, and then number two, the fact that it actually recognized me was incredible. So I didn't really know what to say. This is like one of those situations, am I dreaming? What's going on here? And I think I kind of mumbled out this like, yeah, I am. Something like that. And that's when everything changed. Next thing it said is, I remember you saying that you get McDonald's sandwiches without the pickles on them sometimes. That true? I didn't really know what to make of it, but I just went with it. I said, well, yeah, sometimes I don't get them with the pickles. Then it stopped dead in its tracks, and I was still going, so I stopped for a second, too, to look back at this lid. And it said, in a voice louder than I don't even know how it did this, it said, well, I think your videos suck. And just like that, the thing whipped it in reverse, and before you know it, it just darted back down that driveway. I never saw it again, but as a result, it just soured my relations with the Pickle Lids. That's just what it comes down to. I wish it could just understand that pickles are a circumstantial thing. And I don't really mind pickles. It was just that at the time, in 2014, I just wasn't a big fan of them on certain sandwiches. And that's all that there is to it. Unfortunately, I never saw it again. I wish that there was an opportunity that I could just reconvene with the Pickle Lid, clear the water, just say, look, I'm sorry if that hurt your feelings. I have nothing against you. I wish I could just clear up the situation and just make amends. But sadly, that's never happened, so it's just things have been a little sour in that regard. So thank you for asking. It's a story I've never shared before. Alright, this next email comes in from an anonymous listener. Hello, VORW. I have become somewhat of an avid listener to your podcast show. In my opinion, it's 100% better than anything you find on the news. Your genuine insight of the world is a much-needed touch in the current state of media. Now, just to interject, if you like the podcast, I hope you're able to tune into the Shortwave broadcast as well. Because with the Shortwave broadcast that I do, it's 1 hour in length, but for the first 10 minutes I talk about the news of the day a little bit in a non-controversial and hopefully non-partisan manner. And I try to just offer my take on some things going on, because a lot of the time on YouTube you can't really discuss the news all that often. But on the Shortwave I'm free to say whatever I want, and it's very, very liberating. So if you enjoy my basic coverage of the news on the podcast, I hope you could listen to the Shortwave as well. And as for your topic, I actually covered it on the Shortwave in much greater detail than what I'll be able to say here, so that's just something to consider. But anyway, back to your email. My topic today, what are your thoughts on how our new commander is using his power over the U.S. military to bomb Syria? And now I hear we have been attacked in Iraq, and one person was killed because of it. I just don't understand why we need an unnecessary conflict when we really need to focus on rebuilding our economy and fighting a pandemic. What are your thoughts? So thank you. Yes, by commander, you mean Joe Biden. Well, here's the thing. And I said this on the Shortwave, and I'll try to say it here in a way that I have to be a little more careful with. When it comes down to my particular view of foreign policy, I have never liked this attitude that, to copy the words, but very true, words of a TV show that was big in the early to mid-2000s, I think. Maybe it was a movie or a TV show. I've never liked the idea that the U.S. should be the world's police force. That we need to go around and, put all these countries in line and, destabilize them, etc. Sometimes every conflict is different. Some conflicts perhaps have more justification than others. It's all circumstantial, but you have these endless wars. And it gets to a point, you have to ask, what are all these people, what are they even dying for? The US troops, the civilians, the troops in these other countries, what are they all dying for, right? And I don't really have a favorable view of many of our actions in the Middle East these days. And I have criticized the Obama administration, I've criticized the Trump administration, and on the Shortwave I offered a few words of criticism toward the Biden administration. Not that they're listening, but, I just expressed my disdain. My take is that we have so many problems right here in this country. Why don't we try for once to try to fix some of these problems instead of going around and flaunting our military might and bombing other countries? How about we take care of all the people that are paying for those bombs? How about that? Because that's what your tax dollars are going to. I can't say any more on the topic here, but like I said, I advise you to listen to the Shortwave. It's not a political show. It's not inflammatory. I'm just able to cover the news of the day as I wish, with no fear of being blacklisted or demonetized or censored or punished. It's a free medium, and I hope you can give that show the light of day. Militaries, they exist for a reason. You need to have both offensive and defensive capabilities, but I just never liked the idea of just going around, let's go drop a few bombs here. I don't like this, insert name here, let's blow up some of his forces today, Never liked that. But the one thing, and I think a lot of you listening, you get this, you understand this, it's not always as simple as you think that it is, It's not something, it's like, there's ulterior motives sometimes, there's hidden agendas, there's things going on behind the scenes that you just don't really totally know. Maybe some things really are done for the greater good, for the best. We don't realize that at the time, but sometimes that maybe isn't the case. Alright, on a final note, we have an email coming in from Mariah. I've been a subscriber since 2018 or so. I discovered your content when your Reading Mean Comments video was recommended to me on the YouTube homepage. Thanks for bringing what's now slightly over a decade of quality content to our eyes and ears. I was listening to your 10th anniversary episode, and you mentioned visual snow while talking about hypnagogic hallucinations. I was so surprised when you mentioned this because I'd never heard of it before, but I immediately recognized that I've been experiencing this for my entire life. It was kind of like a eureka moment, actually. Ever since I was a very young child, my visual field has had this kind of static or noise-type pattern of rapidly vibrating white and black dots, which is much more visible in the dark. I see the dots all the time, and they're really easy to ignore. I remember asking my parents about it, and they just told me that it happens when people don't get enough sleep or something to that effect. One of my earliest memories is from when I was 3 years old. Laying awake at night, I sat up in bed, and I was noticing these moving dots all around me, and in the dark they really did look like snow falling. Suddenly the dots started uniformly swirling in circles in the air, sort of like they were blowing in the wind, and ever since I've been able to consciously replicate that experience just by staring at the dots hard enough and focusing. It's a pretty cool effect and sort of surreal. Now, I was pretty sure that everyone sees visual snow to some extent, especially in low-light conditions, but from what I've looked at on Google, there's a lot of sources that seem to suggest that it's a kind of rare disorder and severely undiagnosed, because most people who have it don't even realize it's abnormal. This is so strange to me. It doesn't affect my life or get in the way of my vision. Of course, there are some extreme cases that cause severe visual impairment and or migraines, but that's not my experience. I was wondering if you or any of your listeners have experienced visual snow, and if so, when did you start noticing it? Like I said, I was pretty convinced that everyone sees it, but the things I've read about it on Google really surprised me. Sorry if this is a long email, but if you read it, I appreciate it greatly. First time writing into the podcast, and I'm quite a fan. P.S. Here's a video of an opossum eating a strawberry. I checked it out. I thought that was cute. Thank you for your email. And to anyone listening, consider the question. If you have experienced visual snow, feel free to, just like what we said earlier on in the show about the suits thing, if you experience visual snow, your thoughts are appreciated. VORW info@gmail.com. Yeah, that's one of those things that I'm in a very similar case. I've had visual snow my entire life. From day one, I remember being a young little kid, laying there in bed looking in the dark, and, you have the static there, so to speak. In my case, it's gotten a little worse with time, but not bad at all. Like you said, just like it is for me, too, it's very easy to ignore. Low light is when you notice it the most. But I live with it, I deal with it, and it's of no adverse effect to me. It's just constantly there, and there's nothing I can do about it, so I live with it, I deal with it. It is crazy, though, isn't it? I know you understand this. It's like some folks go their entire life without ever experiencing it. It's crazy to think that this is something that some people just never even deal with. How interesting is that? But either way, yeah, visual snow, it's one of those things. Yeah, a lot of the people, because this is just what you're born with, I think in some cases. So you just don't, you don't really think about it all that much. But yeah, it's there, and it's just one of those things that I live with, I deal with, and I don't sit there and rip my hair out and say, the visual snow, make it go away, make it stop. No, I just, you just deal with it. But isn't that interesting, though, that, yeah, I bet there's a lot of people out there that just don't know they have it, or don't really think much of it. They think that's just what everyone sees. So that's interesting. Same thing in my case with tinnitus. A little bit. Now, it's intermittent for me, but again, that's one of those things that some people never get that. They never deal with that. Again, for me, it's just something that comes and goes. So it's just so interesting, these sorts of things. It's like, you think that it's common, but then maybe it really isn't as common as you think. So thank you for your email, for your kind words. And it'll be interesting to see if anyone else listening in has any visual snow thoughts. With that, that's about all the time for today. I don't want to keep this podcast going too incredibly long, so I hope you enjoyed the show and all the discussion therein, and I hope you could tune into the next broadcast. Any feedback, questions, comments, topic suggestions are welcome at VORWinfo@gmail.com. That's VORWinfo@gmail.com. Thanks for listening. Take care. This is VORW.